This is case number 558 on the calendar in the matter of Bowden versus Duncan. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Folks, have a seat.
Your name is Mackenzie, is that right?
Yes.
What's your name?
Brett.
Brett. All right. Your lawsuit says that this young man punched your daughter and broke her glasses.
Yes.
Brett says your daughter started it, right, Brett? How old are you, Brett?
12.
Who was this?
Jason.
Jason was with you when this happened?
Yes.
But your mother wasn't with you, is that right?
No.
Right. So your mother's going to sit down. Tell me how her glasses got broken.
They didn't break. Just the lens got scratched.
If lens gets scratched, you can't wear them. Tell me what happened.
Well, it started at the soccer field.
Do you remember the date?
No, I don't remember.
Well, you remember what month it was in?
January?
Is that right?
January 29th.
January. Go ahead.
We were at the soccer field.
Who's we?
Me and Jason. And she kicked a ball, and it was coming towards me, and she wasn't anywhere near it yet. And so I kicked it back, and she came over and shoved me.
How did she shove you?
She went up like that, up to my shoulder.
She shoved you on your shoulder?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Did you say anything to her?
No, I told her not to do it again, or I was going to tell the manager.
Where was this? Where were you playing?
Sluggers.
What?
Sluggers.
I don't know what Sluggers is.
It's sports center.
Indoors?
Yeah. Yes.
Better. So she kicked a ball, you kicked it away, she came over and she shoved you on your shoulder.
Yes.
What happened then?
Well, then we left, and then...
Where did you go?
We went to the basketball court.
Is that also indoors?
Yeah. Then she and... What?
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Afterwards, she and Mackenzie got them two over there, and they were following, and then she came...
They were following who?
Me and Jason.
They were following the two of you?
Yeah.
Why do you think that they were following the two of you?
I don't know.
Do you think that these two people were picking on you?
I don't know. They weren't saying anything to us.
They were just following you?
Yeah, they didn't say nothing.
Okay. And what happened next?
Well, she came up and kicked me between the legs.
Just a second. Stand up, Jason. Move over to him. No, now move back over there. Show me how she kicked you between your legs.
She came up and went like that. When I was
so it
walking
hit you on the back of your knee?
No, right
Where?
in the private area.
She kicked you in your private area. She must be a rocket. You can sit down now. And then what happened?
Then after that, I kept walking, and then she grabbed my hoodie from the behind like this, and she started punching me up here in the spinal cord, and then I turned around and punched her.
Now, where were these two people when she came up to you and kicked you?
They left before she kicked me, and they went to a car or something, and then there's these other kids, Rance and Easton, that were egging them on.
Egging who on?
Them two.
Egging them on? How were they egging them on?
They were provoking them while they were in the car.
Well, how were they Tell me how they were provoking them.
They were saying that they can't do nothing about what was going on, that they aren't going to do nothing, and they were flipping them off.
Did you know Mackenzie from before that day?
No.
So you still haven't explained to me why you punched her.
She hit me first, and I was self-defending myself.
Because she was grabbing hold of your hoodie?
Yeah, and then she started punching me.
Did it hurt you? Really? After you punched her, what did you do?
She knocked her glasses off and ran off, and then I picked them up and sat them on the counter. And afterwards, I went behind the counter with the worker because he said he wouldn't let the lady do anything.
Which lady?
Her.
You mean she came back looking for you?
Yeah.
And the person who worked at the sports center took you behind the counter?
Yeah.
Because they were afraid that this lady was going to beat you up?
They were afraid that she was going to do something, and they were afraid.
So they took you behind the counter?
Yes.
And then what happened? Brett?
Then after that, she came back in with their daughter, and they got their glasses, and she started yelling at us, and Rance and Easton were smart-looking again, and then she was chewing them out, and then she told me to call my mom, and I did, and she talked to my mom about what happened, and that afterwards she hung up and left after my mom told her that she was going to be there to talk to her, and she left. And then afterwards we looked for her, and then we couldn't find her, and then we left.
Have you been back to the sports center?
Since? No.
Why not?
Because the guy said not to come back for a while.
Right. And why do you think the guy told you not to come back, Brett?
So I don't cause any more problems.
That sounds right. And did they also tell your friend Jason not to come back?
No.
Just you?
Me and Rance and Easton.
So the three of you were told, don't bother to come back.
Yeah, but since Rance and Easton were on the baseball team, they get to come back.
But not you.
Not me.
You think that's unfair?
No.
You think that you behaved badly that day?
Yes.
Good. You did. You think your friends were sort of troublemakers?
Yes.
How old are they?
Easton, I don't know, and Rance, I think he's 13.
You're 12. So you're the youngest. You like to hang around with guys who are a little bit older?
Yes.
Okay, who are you?
I'm her sister.
Okay, so you want to tell me what you saw that day?
I was sitting by my mother watching my younger sister, Cody, playing her soccer game at Sluggers. And Mackenzie came up, and I believe it was the second time she had come up, and she asked my mother if she could defend herself because some boys were calling her names and said they were going to beat her up.
What were they calling you, Mackenzie?
Four eyes and eyes twitching.
You think that's nice?
No.
Don't even suggest to me that nobody said that to Mackenzie, because we know that they did.
It was Easton and Rance that were...
It was somebody else.
Yes.
Somebody else did it. You know what we used to call that? The Sadi principle. Remember that? Some other dude did it. Why were they calling her names?
Because, I think because she twitches. I'm not sure. But I told them not to, but they just kept going.
You told them not to. You,
Yeah.
age 12, told these boys that you were trying to impress. Don't tease the little girl. That's not nice. You told them that.
Yeah.
I don't believe you. You, who ended up punching her, told the other two boys who were merely calling her names, don't call her names. Is that what you want me to believe? Brett?
Yes.
I don't!
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
We went to go see what was going on, why they were bugging them, and there was 4 boys, and they all ran into the bathroom and hid.
Everybody had to go to the bathroom the same time?
And later today,
she would come and drop him off, and she would get off work and go out to clubs and stuff instead of coming and picking him up. I mean, he would be there half the night before she'd come and get him, and she'd just abandon him there.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. 10-year-old Mackenzie Hammond says 12-year-old Brett Williams punched her in the face and broke her glasses. Brett says Mackenzie hit him first.
So your sister said to you, can I defend myself?
She said that to my mother, but I was sitting there and heard it. And then my mother sent me and my boyfriend down to see what was going on because Mackenzie doesn't get in fights. She doesn't get in trouble.
And when you went down there, what happened?
We went to go see what was going on, what the boys, why they were bugging them, what the side of the story were. And there was 4 boys, and they all ran into the bathroom and hid.
Everybody had to go to the bathroom the same time?
No, I didn't go in there. I went behind the counter.
You hid behind the counter. The other 3 went into the bathroom.
No, me and Jason went behind the counter.
So the 2 of you hid behind the counter, and 2 of your friends, the 2 who were teasing her, ran into the bathroom.
Yes.
That's not right.
Can I see the bill for the glasses, please? Stand up with him now. Brett, do you have any brothers and sisters?
Yes.
Brothers or sisters?
Both.
How old is your brother?
11 and 4.
And what about a sister?
14 and 2.
Okay. How would you feel if your sister wasn't very nice looking and some kids were teasing her and making her feel sad and cry? How would you feel?
Bad.
What would you do?
Tell the other people not to.
Because it really isn't nice to tease other people.
Right.
Especially not right to tease other people if they have a physical disability. Right?
Right.
You would never do that, would you?
Probably would.
You did. Anything you want to say to me?
No, ma'am.
Good. Judge the plaintiff for the amount of $517, that's all. Now you can apologize.
Sorry for punching you.
Why does that
And breaking
excuse?
your
Can I
glass.
step out?
I don't feel that I should have paid for the whole thing since my kid wasn't the only one involved.
Oh, there were 4 boys, and they were definitely all involved, but her son is the one that actually punched my daughter and broke the glasses.
It was a little bit of both sides, not just one.
It was up to her to go after the other boys for their part of it.
She threw the first swing, and I was doing self-defense.
I feel that it was very fair because Brett lied on just about everything.
Mackenzie walked away 4 different times from this kid. They even pursued her to the car and beat on the car.
Don't hit if you don't want to get hit back.
Given the fact that the kid has been in trouble before with the law, I hope he gets some help. I think he needs it.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter, Jackson versus Jackson. Step forward, please.
21-year-old concrete finisher Daniel Jackson and his wife Lauren are suing Daniel's sister, Amanda Jackson, for unpaid babysitting fees and a cell phone bill. Amanda says the couple is trying to squeeze her for money.
Mr. Jackson, this is your sister?
Yes, ma'am.
And your sister-in-law?
Yes.
Your complaint is twofold. First, that she owes you for some babysitting that you did for her. And second, that because you were being nice, you got her access to a cell phone. The agreement was she was to pay the bill, and after some sort of a rift, she left, and you got a cell phone bill for $1,600 that were long-distance calls that were hers, and you want her to pay that bill because now the bill has gone into collection. Your sister says that she's all paid up on the child care and that she asked you numerous times to let her see the bill because there's no way she went that far over the minutes to have amassed a bill for $1,600.
Yes, ma'am.
Why was your sister-in-law babysitting for your child?
She has a son, which is Austin's cousin, and she said, you know, I don't work, I stay home anyway, I don't mind him staying over here because I know you can't afford to pay a babysitter, so that's why she kept Austin.
How long did she do that for?
3 months.
How many hours a day?
It would depend on my schedule, depending on which shift I had. When I worked at a restaurant, I worked usually from 2 to 11. She would usually watch him then, or she would watch him in the morning time. So the schedules would vary.
So it's your statement that your sister-in-law agreed to watch your child just because she was being nice?
Yes, ma'am. We never agreed on amount or anything. I told her that, you know, she said, well, whenever you got the money to pay me, that'd be fine. We never agreed on an amount. So whenever I had extra money, I would give it to her.
How much extra?
Sometimes it was $50 a week. Sometimes it was $30 a week. But when I got my tax check in January, I gave her $400 out of it for watching my child.
Show the defendant this statement, please, and ask her if that's her signature. Is that your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to read what you said about the tax return that you signed over to your brother for babysitting. What does it say?
I signed over my $700 tax refund check to him and his wife.
Well, was it $700 or $400?
The tax check was $700. $400 of it was to go towards babysitting. $300 was to go towards cell phone bill. So the total of the check was $700.
Let me see. And I'll take the statement back as well.
Thank you.
Did she give you this $700?
No, ma'am. She got that check and she couldn't cash it, so she asked me to cash it for her. She gave us $350 for babysitting, and the rest she kept. She said she needed it for bills or money or whatever.
Well, that's what she said initially. She said she gave you $400 for babysitting, and you gave her the rest in cash?
No.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah, she was supposed to get the rest of her income tax and give us more money, but we never seen it.
Well, if I had 2 checks that
Don't speak.
Yes, ma'am.
What was your arrangement with her as far as babysitting?
Well, she had just moved back from Wisconsin, and she had 2 jobs and no one to watch her son. And my son is almost the same age, so she told me to write down on a piece of paper how many hours a day, and she would pay me. Well, she never did.
Well, pay you what?
We never decided.
Okay, so there was never a fixed agreement?
No, not at first. Then it was like 18 hours a day sometimes. So instead of doing every hour, since it was so much, we just agreed on $100 a week.
No.
She would come and drop him off, and she would get off work and go out to clubs and stuff instead of coming and pick him up. I mean, he would be there half the night before she'd come and get him, and she just abandoned him there.
All right, let me see the phone bill.
I also have, from October and November, the hours that I watched her son.
I don't want the babysitting.
Okay.
And this.
Just want the phone bill. Is this all on one number?
Yeah, there's 3 numbers on there. It's 3 months of bills, late fees, collection fees.
No, I'll write it up with the $700 check that I gave them. $300 of that check was to go towards my phone bill.
The other $300.
I don't believe you, madam.
Well,
listen to me very carefully.
Yes, ma'am.
You owed her more money for babysitting if you were doing the right thing and paying her for babysitting.
I did.
$350.
I paid her more than that, but I paid her cash.
Doesn't cut it. I believe your brother when he says that he cashed that check and he gave you back cash.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, I believe him. Okay. Now, both of these numbers are on this one bill, and you say that she owes the whole thing.
400 something of it was ours. We subtracted that out of the total amount.
We just added together on that paper her charges.
Yeah, but her charges total the whole thing, according to you. 1845.96, and according to this, it's
No,
1872.
There's also the collection on there that adds another $300 and something dollars.
Well, why didn't you pay yours?
Because they wouldn't take part of a payment. They wanted the whole thing.
No, that's not true. Don't tell me. When the bill starts to add up, Miss Jackson, and you say to a company, listen, somebody else has this phone, but I want to pay my portion of it, so at least we stop the late fees on my portion. They take partial payments.
They had already taken one partial payment from her and still had an overdue balance on it, and they said that they wanted all of it or none of it.
I don't believe you. That I don't believe, that they wouldn't say, listen, I'll take your $400 and then we'll talk about the rest later. I don't know a company that says, I'm not taking your money.
The reason why they're wanting me to pay all of it is Daniel called me a few weeks back and says, they're garnishing my check for 85%. Well, I know that that's not true. I know a lot of garnishment laws, and they cannot garnish your check for that amount when you have 2 dependents, and you're the only one in your house working. So I knew he was lying. I later found out she okayed for Singular them to debit their account. She gave them the account number, the routing number, the check numbers, said, okay, you can debit my account for this much money when they didn't have the money in there. That's why they're wanting me to pay all of this bills.
Don't you think you probably owe for some of these excess minutes?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Well, it's very hard for me to figure out exactly what she owes. Sir?
It's all listed on there under her phone number, the amount that she owes on each one.
I see $327.
Yes, that's
for her
turning
number.
the phones off, for having the phone shut off early. That's the early termination fees.
Okay. That she's responsible for.
For having their phones terminated also?
Yes,
300,
because...
just a second. You had yours terminated, $327. That's what that is, that you owe.
For their phones being shut off?
No, that's just for yours. 772.
Yes, ma'am, that's her phone.
Is that your number?
Yes, ma'am.
327, 701, and 167, $1,195. It looks to be what you owe on the phone.
Is that with the collection fees and everything on there?
I'm not bothering with that, sir. That's your problem. Learn next time. Don't get somebody else's cell phone and let the bills pile up, including yours. You also didn't pay your bill.
Well, we've already paid our portion.
You didn't pay your bill in a timely fashion. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You let somebody else swing for it. You're just annoyed because it all got caught up and they're coming after you instead of coming after her. But she owes the money, $1,195. As far as I'm concerned, the babysitting, that's your problem. Goodbye.
Yeah, this is case number 470 on the calendar in the matter of Terrietta versus Coleman. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Gentlemen, have a seat.
Miss Terrietta, this is your mom.
Yes.
And you're suing her for a couple of things. First, you were living with her and her boyfriend. I assume this is the boyfriend?
Yes, it is.
For a while. You and your husband?
Yes.
And children?
My baby.
Your
my
baby?
6-month-old
One
son.
child. And there was some sort of a disagreement, a dispute. You left the house and you claim that your mother still has some of your property.
Yes.
That's one. Number two, you claim that your mother falsely reported to the police that you had stolen a credit card from her.
Correct.
And you were arrested.
Yes.
Your mom says that she has none of your property, and I don't understand her defense with regard to the credit card. Is what you're saying, Ms. Coleman, that you didn't call the police, but your boyfriend called the police?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, when did you and your husband and baby move in with your mother?
April 2004.
Why?
My mom didn't raise me. My father raised me from when I was 3 and my brother was 1 in New York. And I talked to my mom maybe 3 or 4 times a year for my whole life. She asked us to come there and come visit her, so I brought my son and we came to visit. I visited for about a month, and she said, why don't you come here with...
Well, what was your husband doing when you were visiting for
He
a
was
month?
still at work in North Carolina, where I'm from.
Okay, go ahead.
And then we were there for about a month, and John had come to visit 2 weekends, and she said, you should come here, save up all of your money, live with us, and you can save up enough money and get a house and come live here. So we did.
Where is here?
To Cincinnati, Ohio.
Okay.
And things were pretty normal and good for a little while.
Did your husband find a job?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
And I got a job at the end of August. After that, I think things went downhill from there. She was watching my son while I was going to work, and he had diaper rash almost every week to the point where his butt was bleeding, and I had to fix it every weekend.
Can you tell me on what day you moved out?
October 16th.
Had there been an argument?
Yes.
About what?
They came home, they had been drinking. My brother was back from Iraq with his wife, and they came into the house and they were stomping and slamming doors and screaming. And I asked my brother, I was like, can you be quiet? My son is sleeping. And he stood up and he was like, I don't have to be quiet, I don't have to do anything. And then Ron came up behind him and he was like, this is my house and this is my rules, and if you don't like it, you can get out. And he was screaming and acting like a psycho. So I went and got my husband, and he got in my husband's face and tried to start a fight with him and said, come on, big boy, come on, big boy. You want to do something?
I got it. So you left that night?
Yes. And she came into my bedroom and she brought her purse with her. She took out her wallet and she opened it up and she went to looking through her credit cards and she went to give me the black one that I use sometimes, and then she goes, oh, you have my GM card, why don't you just use that one? Get a week at the hotel and I'll get you somewhere to live. At the end of the week, I'll get you somewhere to live.
Well, why would she get you somewhere to live if you were working and your husband was working?
Because she felt bad because we had moved there.
You had the credit card?
Correct.
Ms. Coleman, how did she get the credit card?
She had it. She was going to obtain some Barbie dolls for me at her job.
She gave it to me.
Just a second. When did you give her your credit card?
Probably 2 weeks prior to her leaving the house.
Does that sound familiar to you?
She gave me the card almost every day, all the time, for gas, cigarettes, everything.
How many times did she use the credit card? If I were to look at the slips from the credit card company, how many times before October had she used the credit card?
Probably about 6.
And would you give it to her each time, or was it in her possession?
Usually.
Not usually. Was it in her possession?
She kept it. She kept it. She kept it.
She kept it?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I'm going to get to the truth.
Yes,
you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I would like to see the police report that was filled out with regard to the credit card. Well, first of all, Mrs. Coleman, you filled out this police report. This is in your handwriting.
Yes, they made me.
No, nobody makes you do anything, and you say here that she used it without my knowledge or permission.
Right.
Who made you? Your boyfriend?
No. When the sheriff came to the house.
Why did the sheriff come to the house?
Because he had checked our account online, and she had used
Who had?
My husband.
Yeah.
And she had used it at the motel room, charging $309. She went 3 different times in a matter of hours to the Meijer at the bottom of the hill and went on a shopping spree. Okay.
And so charged what?
Energy drinks, men's boxer shorts, women's bras, conditioner, shampoos, all the stuff that she brought the policeman to the house to get that night.
Ms. Coleman, I don't understand something, madam. I mean, I hear you talking about all the things that she charged on this. You're not talking about a lot of money. They all look like emergency things that one would use if they were staying temporarily someplace that they needed interimly, especially when you have a baby.
Right.
And you knew she had the card, and she had had the card before.
Right.
Don't you think the smarter idea, rather than involving the police in this, was after you went online and saw that she had charged the hotel room and charged the other thing, to call the credit card company and say, listen, my daughter has the card. She's not authorized to use it anymore. I want to stop the use of the card. Do not let it be used again.
Prior to this, she had went to my salon and was mad at her husband, charged $680 worth of tanning products. My husband and her had gotten to a confrontation over it, and he told her, you are not allowed to use this credit card unless your mother gives you permission. He said, because if you use this without my knowledge, he said, I will file a complaint on you.
Don't you think that it would have been smarter, more maternal, if you say to whatever his first name is, Joe, she's my daughter, she left the house, she's got my grandson with her, we don't want her to use the card anymore, just call the company and tell them, shut off the card. I don't want to involve the police, I don't want her to be arrested. Did you say that to him?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he say?
Well, he said that he had already told her that she was not allowed to use it. And before she brought it back, minutes before she came to my house with the policeman standing there, she stopped and got a pack of cigarettes at the corner store.
You think he did the right thing?
No, ma'am.
You think you did the right thing?
Yes.
You did the wrong thing. Understand something? You're not blood. And what you did was irrevocably injure, if it hadn't been before, her relationship with her daughter. If you didn't want her to have the credit card, you should have taken it back.
We attempted to take it back.
No. Your girlfriend says that you told her you can hold on to it, but if you use it again without your mother's permission or my permission, I'm going to call the police. And I'm saying, is she lying to me?
No.
Well, and I'm saying to you, if you didn't want the temptation there, you should have taken the credit card back. But you don't put her in a situation where she's got a baby and the police come to the motel and take her away and arrest her. That can start a process going from which it's very hard to extricate yourself. Very stupid. But they were entitled to do it. And I somehow think that your mother is sorry that it happened. She's sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I know.
You got it?
I know.
Okay. What does your mother have in the house that belongs to you?
I have pictures of some of this stuff, and then I wrote a list of all the things
Let
that
me
she
see it.
has. And I called her and asked for his high chair, and she said, when I was in the hotel, because I said he was eating on the bed, and she said, well, he needs his high chair. And I said, I want my caricature and the calendar of him that I've been making of him since I was born. And she said, you know, I don't think I have those things. All I want is some respect. And she said, Ron's going to take care of it from here, and threw the phone down.
Okay. You have these things?
I see she showed you a little picture of a toy box that Nicholas is in. That's mine. I bought everything that she's talking about, and I have receipts. I have $10,000 worth of receipts. Mr. Turietti was asked if he had got everything out. He said, yes, he did. He looked at me and said, all's in there is garbage. I can go down to my job, get a truck, come up and throw all that garbage away if you want me to. I said, don't worry about John. I'll clean it up.
Did you go to the house?
Yes, Your Honor. I went on...
With or without the police?
With the police.
Fine.
And before we walked in, they wouldn't let us in the house until they had the credit card and the key to the tanning salon. She had to come up from the hotel. We gave them back the credit card, but we are not allowed to go anywhere in the house except the bedroom. Our stuff was in the basement, in another closet.
There's a lot of junk here.
Yes, Your Honor.
All of this doesn't add up to the motel room, right?
Right.
So what are you doing here?
I want the calendar that I've been making of my son since he was born. There's no, you cannot put a price on that. I put pictures of
Okay, do you have the calendar?
No, ma'am. And if it wasn't all that garbage, and what I had done was bought cases
Do you have
of
the
Pampers.
calendar? The
No,
answer is
ma'am.
no. She doesn't have the calendar.
That's just to hurt me. That's just to keep things from me that are
She
of
doesn't
my
have it.
son's.
Listen, you used a credit card, and I think that you probably knew that you weren't supposed to use the credit card at the time when you used it, whether you did or whether you didn't. What he had to pay for as a result of your using the credit card is more than this.
They didn't pay for anything. That's why my case was dismissed on January 21st, because they could not provide the receipts because they didn't pay the bill.
Oh, really?
Really.
Is that right?
You would have to ask Ron about that. We did pay. The reason it was dropped is I'm going through some cancer treatments. I didn't feel like going to, I couldn't. I was throwing
All
up.
I want to know is, did you pay for the motel?
We've reported it to the credit card company
They did not.
as a misuse of the credit card.
So the answer is you didn't.
No.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And later today,
She said that there's no need to make the payments now that the car's wrecked. So she told
No,
me.
you just made that up as you're going.
No, ma'am.
Did you say that to him?
No, I did not.
That's not what you wrote in your complaint, sir.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Beatrice Turrieta says her mother, Beatrice Coleman, had her falsely arrested for credit card theft. Beatrice says her mother gave her that card.
You bought certain things for your grandson. Toy box?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. High chair?
No, ma'am. I don't have the toy, but I didn't. Oh, that's a walker, yes. But I don't have that. They have that.
Yeah.
But this you have?
Yes, ma'am.
You want this?
I don't have that other thing.
Just listen to me. Do you want this?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You have any problem with them having that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. If you want to go over there in the company of a peace officer within 5 days, you can get those things. Understood?
Understood.
Very good. Thank you very much. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I was born to that, who I haven't seen since I was 3, and I will never see again.
I would have still give her the $3,000 if that's what she wanted.
She's not a mother. She doesn't know how to be a mother. She never will be a mother.
When she came to my house, she asked my husband where his connection was for cocaine, so I'm sure that's probably what she needed it for. Either that or a gallon of Captain Morgan every week.
I do like Captain Morgan, but I'm a little fat to be on the coke. You think?
She's been in prison before for welfare fraud.
I was in jail. I wasn't, and I've made mistakes in my life.
My dad told me I was selling my soul to the devil when I came to her house, and he was right.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Lester versus Lester. Step forward, please.
Marilee and Thomas Lester are suing their daughter, 22-year-old food server Natasia Lester, for the unpaid balance on a '97 Saturn. Natasia claims her parents took the car away from her.
Mr. and Mrs. Lester, this is your daughter. How old are you?
22.
According to your complaint, you co-signed for a car for your daughter about 2 years ago. And the agreement was that she was to make the payments on the car.
Yes, ma'am.
And she did make payments on the car for 2 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And then something happened. She was in an accident. And according to you, she just stopped making payments on the car. She said her insurance lapsed and she stopped making payments on the car. You want the car payments because
Yes, ma'am.
you don't want your credit to be ruined. Your daughter says that she made the payments for 2 years, and I assume that she intended to keep on making the payments, but that you had the car towed from her place of employment to your house, and she no longer has the car.
That is true.
So then I guess a lot of this has to do with timeline, why you're suing your child, I don't even want to get into. But you purchased the car when, Natasia?
In September of 2002.
May I see the paperwork? Do you have the paperwork?
Yes, ma'am.
May I see it, please?
You want just the contract or just all of the paperwork? Here's the contract.
Good luck.
Yes, it's very small. It was faxed over.
I couldn't find the original.
What were your payments, Natasia?
$188.57.
And you made the payments from September 2002 until when?
Until August of 2004.
When was the accident?
It was in September of 2004.
And what did you do with the car?
I left it at my place of employment, trying to get it fixed. I had made arrangements with a friend of mine that worked there, and he was going to help me get it fixed.
What was wrong with the car?
I ran over a tire on the freeway, and the extent of the damage, I'm not quite sure exactly. I know the radiator was busted. It was undrivable. I had to have it towed.
And according to your parents, you let the insurance lapse on the car.
Yes, I had.
Why is that?
Just making payments for other things, and I know that I shouldn't have, but it got lapsed. That was on my own fault. I let that happen.
Now, you did in fact tow the car.
Yes.
Yes, I put it on a trailer and took it to my house.
And then you went over to speak to her.
Yes.
Well, tell me about the conversation.
I just asked her how she was doing and what happened, and she's told me she couldn't. She swerved trying to avoid a tire, and then she just kept driving the car because she didn't want to stop. Then I said, well, are you okay? She says, yes, I'm fine.
Okay.
And then I just went back to my work, and I was talking to my guys at work what to do with the car. And I said, well, I'll have to bring it over to my shop and check it out to see what really needs to be done. I had no knowledge that she was going to have anything to do with getting it fixed with anybody over there.
Well, didn't you ask her?
No, I did not at that time.
Why not?
I figured, well, I'll just take it to my house. That way I can take care of it, get it fixed, and we can get it back on the road.
Mr. Lester, you just precipitously took her car away. You can't do that.
The car's still in my name too, ma'am.
You can't do that, sir.
She said that there's no need to make the payments now that the car's wrecked. So she told me.
No, you just made that up as you're going.
No, ma'am. She,
Did you say that to him?
No, I did not.
That's not what you wrote in your complaint, sir. You have the car now?
Yes, it's in the garage.
Very good. So I don't know what you're complaining about. I assume you're fixing it, right?
No, I'm not fixing it.
Well, I suggest you do.
I can't because I didn't have the money.
I suggest, Mr. Lester, that you fix it because you had a contract with your daughter. And you breached that contract when you towed the car without her consent or permission, without having a discussion with her, back to your home. Now, I don't know what else was going on between you and your daughter, but clearly that's not the way family treats family.
Can I go ahead and say something? After we went ahead and had the car towed to our home, she made no contact whatsoever to go ahead and say, you know, what can I do? I know I didn't make the insurance payments. Why, I mean...
I know I didn't make the car payments.
Didn't make the car payments.
Just a second. Don't say she didn't make the car payments. She did make the car payments. She's not obligated to make the car payments now that you have the car in your possession.
The only reason I towed the car is because my boss, he gets upset when crash vehicles are in his parking lot.
We couldn't leave it in that yard, and she wouldn't
Then you have a discussion with your daughter. You just don't take it.
She was not at work the next day.
Mr. Lester, Mrs. Lester, you got a lot of excuses. I don't know what problem you have with your daughter. It has nothing to do with this car. Your case is dismissed. You have the car, fix it and sell it. That's all.
39 on the calendar in the matter of Jack versus Quast. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat.
This is Jack. This young man is your son.
Yes, he is.
It is your claim that he owes you for some loan that you made him for an attorney when he got himself into some trouble. In addition to that, you had an argument with him several months ago and claimed that he assaulted you, and you wanted him to pay punitively for assaulting you. Your son says that you were the one who actually hit him and that the attorney was your idea, so you pay for it. Is that right?
Yes.
And he has a counterclaim. He says that you disposed of, either sold or got rid of some of his personal property, and in addition, something about a truck that was his that you got rid of. What were you arrested for?
I was actually never arrested. My name got sent into something that happened. No charges have been brought about it.
When was this? Your mother would know. When was it?
It was the end of July, beginning of August. The attorney was gotten like second week in August.
Okay. How old are you, by the way?
21.
What kind of work do you do now?
Construction.
How long have you been working?
I've been at my job for over a year and a half now.
Okay. So sometime last year, he got an attorney. For what, Miss Jack?
He was involved in a credit card scam at an appliance store up by our house.
How did you find out about it?
Between him coming home and saying he had to get the stuff out of the house and some of his friends coming to look for him, I got more details about what had happened.
I don't know what you mean. He's saying that he's got to get what stuff out of the house?
Some of the stuff that was stolen or bought with the credit card.
So you had some of this stuff in your house?
He had it in his car, actually, when the car was in my garage.
So he was not questioned, not taken into custody, and never arrested. So tell me about the lawyer. Who called him?
I did, along with Nathan.
Who called him? You only have one person on the phone. Who called him?
I was on the phone.
And where did you get the lawyer from?
A friend of mine from work brought Nathan to her house and talked with Nathan and got the name of the attorney from her boyfriend. So Nathan, in actual, got the attorney's name.
Is that right?
No, she had a long conversation at work with a friend, got the attorney's name, had him, and already called him by the time she got home and talked to me.
Did you ever make an agreement with your mother to pay for the attorney? Don't look over there.
No.
Well, you hesitated for a moment, Mr. Quast. So I want you to tell me what kind of discussion did you have with your mother?
Nothing was brought up about it. I mean, it was basically to find out what was going on with it. She came out and wanted to do it just as a safe regard.
As a what?
As like a safe regard in case something did come of it.
Safe regard? That's not English, sir. How much was the lawyer, Mr. Quast?
I believe $2,500.
And who paid for the lawyer?
She wrote the check out.
Were you there when she wrote out the check?
Yes.
Was it in the lawyer's office?
Yes.
You were working construction at that time?
Yes.
Where were you living?
I was renting the basement from her.
How much were you paying her in rent?
Work around the house.
Don't irritate me. How much were you paying her in rent?
Nothing.
And how much were you earning in construction?
In between $400 to $500 a week.
What were you doing with your money?
Sinking into getting cars running out of the way.
You want to repeat that for me one more time? Sinking into getting my cars running once out of the way? What does that mean? What does that mean? We live in a country where English is the primary language, sir. Try to speak English. Did you graduate from high school?
Nope.
Well, you should have. Go back to school. You're going to be spending a lot of years trying to communicate, Mr. Quast. If you can't make yourself understood, very simple questions. What were you doing with your money?
I was putting my money into vehicles of mine, getting them fixed, to get them out of there, get them sold, get rid of them. I had 2 vehicles not running. I put a couple $1,000s into one of them.
Did you sell it?
Nope.
Why not?
Still couldn't get it running. It ended up being given away.
When you hired this attorney and you wrote out a check for $2,500, where was his money?
He didn't have any money. He was working. Right. He was working construction, but it wasn't a consistent 40-hour week. It was here, there, whenever, and depending on weather and whether he got up or not.
You see, Miss Jack, I understand that when you have then a 20-year-old son who's inculpated in a theft ring, and you know that he's involved in this theft ring because you've got the stolen merchandise in your house, I can understand you as a mother saying, listen, I got to get some advice from an attorney for you because, you know, you're an idiot. I raised you, but you're an idiot. That doesn't make it alone, Miss Jack. The fact that he continues not to do the right thing does not create a situation where he has a contract with you to pay you back this money. You're just pouring money into an idiot.
Yeah.
I would have poured money into him if he said he wanted to go back to school to get his GED so that he could speak the language.
The day that we obtained the attorney, I wrote out the check for $2,500. Nate signed all the paperwork at the attorney's office. During the meeting with the attorney, he even discussed it with the attorney that he was paying me back. And the attorney spoke to him about being nice and cutting the grass and doing everything for Mom, doing this and
Good.
borrowing
So
him the money.
Did he cut the grass for you?
No.
No, of course not. Doesn't miss a meal, though.
Yeah, no. In conjunction with spending the money on the cars, he was drinking excessively, too.
Miss Jack, you made a...
I know it.
I want you to tell me about the argument that you had, because that's the second part of your lawsuit. You say he assaulted you.
That assault was over the cars that he's talking about that he was working on. There was one vehicle that was in my garage that had been ripped apart and sitting there for 13 months. He had taken the motor apart to replace the timing chain. In the meantime, I'm trying to get my house ready to sell. I had 2 cars donated to the Veterans Association, one of which was his truck. And that's when he ran upstairs, went into the file cabinet, pulled all the titles to the vehicles, and started flipping out on me, because there was no way we were taking his truck. The truck was in my name. I bought it.
Really?
Yes.
So what happened?
Eventually, I had the restraining order filed on him.
Well, you didn't tell me about the assault
Oh, the
yet.
assault happened when I went in the house after the tow truck driver had left. I went to grab the titles out of his hands, and he whipped me across the living room, twisted my arms behind my back, got me head first down into the love seat with his knees in my back.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Your mother has sort of stood by you.
Stood by me to destroy my life.
I'm going to give you some advice. Go back to school. You need it.
And later today,
What were you arrested for, sir?
OWI.
What's an OWI?
Operating while intoxicated.
Operating on whom?
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Barbara Jack says her son, Nathan Quast, owes for the cost to retain an attorney and an assault. Nathan is countersuing for the return of personal property and a car.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, I came outside and I said, you want me out of here? I'll leave. Just sign over my cars to me, I'll take them and go. She lunged at me. She hit me multiple times. I had a bite mark in my back that big around. I was down like this. I swung underneath her, she flew across the room. She says that I came at her and everything else. No. I ran to the phone, called the police, police showed up.
And what happened?
She came up with the story. They said either you both go to jail or nobody goes to jail.
And?
I've been in jail a couple times. I ain't going back.
What were you in jail for, Mr. Quast?
Oh, stupid little stuff.
Like?
Not paying a fine.
What kind of fine, sir?
A ticket. Couple
What else?
tickets.
Ticket, a couple of tickets. What else?
That's
You
about
ever have a
it.
DUI?
Yeah, I've had one of them.
What?
I said, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
How many?
Just one.
All right. Now let me hear a little bit about your counterclaim, sir.
All right, I had one truck, an 89 SM Blazer.
Was it in whose name?
It wasn't her name. At that time, all my vehicles were in her name. It made my insurance cheaper.
How many pieces was the truck in?
Probably at the time she got rid of it, probably 15, 20.
And how long had it been in 15 or 20 pieces?
2, 3 months. So over time, all this work has been done to it. I've had receipts, $80, $840 that I've put into this truck. They can't even figure out what was wrong with it. I mean, it ended up almost being a motor. And I actually did go buy a new motor after all this work done to it.
Consider it rent.
Consider it rent?
Consider it rent, sir, and legal fees.
There's never stolen merchandise at my house.
So
it was
your
actually
mother's-
in my
just a second.
buddy's car that showed up.
It was where?
It was in my buddy's car that showed
Your
up at
buddy's
my house.
car. And where was your buddy's car?
He was parked out front when we got the phone call.
And what did the phone call say when you got the phone call?
Police have been called. Everybody's name's been given up.
You better ditch the stuff.
He took off with it.
All right. Now, what else does your mother owe you, aside from the car that was in her name?
All my bedroom furniture.
Your bedroom furniture.
All my bedroom furniture
Who bought
she
it?
has. Me.
Show me a bill.
I don't have the receipts for that.
When did you buy it?
Oh, 4 or 5 years ago.
When you were 16?
Yeah. I worked at a job since I was 14.
What else?
Actually, I have a home theater system that I bought when I was 15.
Really?
A whole bunch of tools. I mean...
They're gone.
Huh?
They're gone.
They're gone?
She sold them to pay your lawyer.
These are tools I work with, like, they do my job with.
I suggest you go buy new ones. They're gone.
It's not easy to go buy a $750 air compressor, a $500 staple gun.
And is it just as easy to go and replace that as it to replace $2,500 to pay for a lawyer because your idiot son gets into a scheme where stolen property is in front of your house in a car?
She was told she was getting the money back from the attorney.
You mean the attorney was working for nothing because of your personality, sir?
No, he actually said he's giving the money back as soon as statute of limitations is over.
And when do you think the statute of limitations is going to be over, sir?
It'll probably be over in 5 years.
6.
6?
Letter said
Not
6.
after they see this tape. Miss Jack, he's your kid. You don't want to give him any more money? Don't give him any more money. You had an altercation with him? Did you go to the hospital?
No, I did not.
All right. Your mother has sort of stood by you, is that right?
Stood by me to destroy my life.
Yeah, well, she stood by you, sir. She allowed you to live in her home. She allowed you to eat her food. She allowed you to, I'm speaking, she allowed you to keep your car pieces in the garage. She went to a lawyer and shelled out $2,500 in hopes that maybe you wouldn't spend the next 2 or 3 years in prison. That's what I'm talking about, sir. So I'm going to give you some advice. From your mother, you get 0, nothing, nada. From me, you get advice. Go back to school. You need it. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I've had a restraining order filed. He was police escorted out of the home, and he has been out of the house since beginning of March.
My brother's now recently staying with me, and he's got 1 foot out the door.
He's financially, ruined me.
She's taken everything from me.
Hope some mothers are smarter than I am.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Schaefer versus Jack. Step forward.
James Schaefer, a friend of both litigants from the previous case, is suing Barbara Jack for the cost to bail her son out of jail. Barbara says she's not paying.
Who are you?
Me, Jeanette Schaefer.
How are you related to him?
I'm his mother.
I already know who you are. All right. Mr. Schaefer, you are a friend of this gentleman over here.
Yes.
He got himself arrested again.
Yep.
According to your complaint, his mother called and said he totally tapped her out. She had no more money. And according to you, she asked you if you would bail her son out of jail.
That's correct.
You did, and you want her to pay you back.
Yeah.
And Miss Jack says he's a big boy, let him pay his own bail.
That's correct.
Tell him to stand up over there. I don't want to speak to him yet. Mr. Quast, what were you arrested for, sir, this time?
OWI.
What's an OWI?
Operating while intoxicated.
Operating on whom?
I was driving a motor vehicle.
Did you have a license?
Nope.
So what were you driving a car for?
I was actually up north working.
Well, you couldn't have been working and drinking at the same time.
Everybody that was working, we all went out to the bar after work.
What car were you driving?
97 Lumina.
Where'd you get that car from?
I was making payments on it.
This
in my mother's
is
name.
yet another car.
Yes.
And that car is also in your mother's name?
Yes.
You don't learn.
I did now. Took me a little while.
Okay, so you got pulled over because you were driving without a license in a car that was not yours, and you had been drinking. And this wasn't the first time you had been pulled over, so they held you. Is that right?
Yes.
And who was the first person that you called?
My mom.
When was this?
The day after Christmas, at about 4 o'clock in the morning, she called me.
And tell me about the conversation that you had.
Basically, she called me and said, guess what my son got into again? She told me that I'd be paid back as soon as possible. I told him to put it on my credit card, and I never received payment.
Can I see the credit card, please?
I don't have the credit card information, but I do have the bail information.
I'd like to see it. Did you go to where your friend was? This was your friend?
Yeah.
Which is why she called you.
Yeah.
Now, the first person that you called, Mr. Quast, was your mother. Tell me about the conversation you had with your mother.
Called her up. I was still feeling pretty good at that time. Told her that I got pulled over. I'm in jail. Bail me out.
And what'd she say?
I'll see what I can do.
And that was it?
That was it.
And what's the next thing that you remember?
Waking up in a 4x8 cell.
How many children do you have?
2. This is my daughter here.
I'll hear you.
Okay. I was contacted by my cousin that morning who woke me up saying Nate had been trying to get a hold of me. He had spoke to several individuals before he got in touch with me. When he called, he asked me for the money. I told him I didn't have any more. I was tapped out. He said, can you call Grandpa? And I said, Grandpa's not going to do it. And he said, call Jimmy. He'll put it on his credit card. Tell him I'll pay him back as soon as I get paid from the Osceola trip. He was up in Osceola, Wisconsin, doing a siding job, and that's what he was going to use to pay Jimmy back.
So he said to you, call Jimmy, and he'll put it on his credit card.
Yes. So in turn, I did call Jimmy. Jimmy agreed to do it, and he says, but you got to guarantee me we're going to get the money back. I said, well, he's finishing this job. That's what they were up doing. You know, he says he's going to pay you back. He never paid him.
But his agreement wasn't with him. His agreement was with you.
I was the middleman. Nate is the one that
you
said
guaranteed that he would be paid back.
Well, per Nathan, yeah.
You guaranteed that he was going to be paid back. He's the innocent bystander.
I agree, totally. He's an innocent, but I was not the one that should be responsible to pay him. And I think it's time Nate pay his bills.
Oh, I absolutely agree with you, madam. But this is a court. And in the court, I have this young man standing here, and I have you. And between the two of you, you guaranteed that he would be paid back $780. You guaranteed it.
If Nate would have called me, I would have never bailed him out. But his mom called me, and
it was hard to say no.
Yeah.
Just for my own satisfaction, and I want you to be very honest with me, did you at least sell some of the property that...
The only thing I got out of it is that truck that I donated.
Right.
They gave me a $500 tax write-off.
Oh, just a write-off.
Just a write-off. All the furniture, the Cadillac, all that, I still have all that.
You do?
Yeah.
Everything else, listen to me. Sell it. Don't keep it in storage. You have the Cadillac? With all the extras that he put on it?
Yep.
Sell it. All the other things that he abandoned? Sell it. He doesn't deserve it. He's got to grow up. But meanwhile, he's got to stop taking advantage of you, and you have to stop letting him take advantage of you, because you're going to get old very fast, and he's not learning a thing. It's time. Sell his property. Meanwhile, you have to pay him $780, so sell the Cadillac. Okay. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $780. I hope she listens to me and sells your car.
Parties on the matter of Sherman versus Schiller. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated, gentlemen. Have a seat.
Mr. Sherman, you and Mr. Schiller used to be friends, according to the complaint that I read. It is your claim that after an evening of drinking, Mr. Schiller purposely damaged your car.
Yes.
Mr. Schiller says that he did not damage your car, and in any event, you don't take responsibility for things that you do, because a month or so previous to this incident, you got drunk and got sick on his carpeting and didn't take responsibility for that. So that's what happens when you get drunk. That's your defense.
That's basically correct, yes.
All right. Let's get to my favorite part of this. Let's get to the drinking part. What date did this incident allegedly happen, Mr. Sherman?
March 25th, 2005.
What time?
About 1 o'clock in the morning.
What day of the week was the 25th of March?
I believe it was a Saturday.
So, nobody had school or work. Do you work or go to school?
I go to college, and I also
Where?
work. Longview Community College.
Okay. Where did you start your drinking, Mr. Sherman, on Saturday night?
Went to a party, I believe it was a high school party in a rural area. I didn't know the person's house. I was taken there with my witness, Sean.
How many people were there?
I'd say about 50, 55.
Oh, good. I love this part. There were 50 or 55 high school kids?
Yeah, give or take.
A lot of drinking?
A lot of drinking.
Was it a nice house?
Not really.
Not when they got finished with it. The parents home?
No.
You know, I think when you have teenage children, you should just make a pact. You don't go away.
That's right.
You just don't go away.
Take them with you or lock them up.
Right. They should have sort of a kennel for them so that the parents can go away. So these 50 teenagers are drinking in a house. Some other guys, you know, older college men like you show up, more responsible, and you're drinking. Now, was everybody bringing their own booze, or was it... What did you bring?
I didn't bring anything. I wasn't drinking, Your Honor.
Not at all.
No,
Who was driving?
I was.
What were you drinking? Is not an answer.
I was
But
drinking.
standing up is good.
I was drinking Miller Lite.
How many did you bring?
12-pack.
12, just for you?
Yeah.
And the two of you went together.
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know the people whose party it was?
I just got calls from friends and.
Sort of out of the loop. You know, teenage kids have passed me by a long time ago. When you get the call, what does the call usually say?
There's a party and come over and blah, 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 and then you get directions and just go.
Now you can sit down, Sean, until I need you again. Okay, so what happened at the party, Mr. Sherman?
Well, I went to the party, started talking with some friends, gazed over and saw Mr. Schiller here. He was with his best friends, and they were making faces at me, laughing and towards my direction, and I just got real embarrassed and really just distraught about the whole thing. And then they started making puking motions at me.
Had you gotten sick on Mr. Schiller's carpet the
Yes.
month before?
Yeah, I did.
And did you make arrangements to have the carpet cleaned up?
He refused my help. He said, no, I've had enough with you. He just told me to get out of his house.
Okay. Did he subsequently call you and ask you to pay to have the carpet cleaned?
Not till a week later.
A week later. I said subsequently. Subsequently can be a week.
Okay.
So he called you a week later, and what did you say to him?
I said, no, I'm not going to pay for that.
Okay. Let's cut to the party's over, and you got to the party at what time?
9:30ish?
9:30, and you left about 12:30, quarter of 1?
Yeah.
Good. And all that time you didn't have a beer?
No.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Almost doesn't pay to go to the party.
Oh, you have a good time there. Socialize. I don't think you have to drink to have a good time.
Any drug? Yeah, well.
No. No drugs.
No drugs?
No drugs, Your Honor.
Any drugs?
No.
Just drinking?
Just drinking.
How much did he drink?
About case.
Okay, so now it's 12:30, quarter of 1. And you leave?
Yeah, I decided to leave. I was
So,
tired of it.
Now, pick it up from there, Mr. Sherman.
Mr. Schiller and his friends were extremely drunk. I walked out to my car, and they ran in front of me and started pushing my car into a ditch. At that point, I got in the car, told Sean to get in the car, and started the ignition and headed out. They continued to follow me in their Chevy Blazer. Started yelling out the window and flashing their lights, honking their horn, tapping me on the road.
You mean acting stupid?
Yeah,
Okay,
acting
so
stupid.
they're acting stupid. What's next?
After that, I got to my house, stepped up on the front porch. They rolled up right behind me, honking the horn, telling me that they want to kick my ass. And I told them to leave, and they revved their engine and slammed into the back of my car, Your Honor, and then drove off. At that point, I was in shock and called the police. I have the police report right
Can
here.
I see it, please?
Yes.
Have a photograph of the damage?
Yes. I also have an estimate.
I'd like to see that, too. Now I'll hear you, sir.
About a month before this incident occurred,
I know months before you,
Yeah.
you got sick and he ruined your carpet.
ruined
and
the carpet, damage.
You wanted him to pay
well,
for
not
it.
only that, though, he tried to fight me in my own house.
He got drunk.
He got drunk.
He has a drinking
He
problem.
cost me, yeah. Well,
He
he
has a
blacked
drinking
out, and I
problem.
let him pass out on the ground.
Listen to me, Mr. Schiller. He has a drinking problem.
He's an alcoholic.
I don't have a drinking problem. He has a drinking problem.
He has
Mr. Sherman, I want you to trust me on this one. I have a nose. You shouldn't drink. Keep going.
Well, we were outside. He basically invited us over to try to fight him. He
How
wanted
did
to fight.
he do that?
But screaming down the road, Sean actually was yelling out the window, "Come over and fight us."
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so that's, listen, Mr. Sherman. See, that's what happens when you have a drinking problem. You can't control yourself. Mr. Sherman, do you understand?
Yes.
Understand how quiet he was when you were testifying? Didn't interfere. When you have a drinking problem, even if you haven't been drinking, you lose control of your ability to have control of yourself. Like right now. Mr. Sherman, if I can tell that you, as a 19-year-old kid, drinks too much, by the time you're 30, it's going to be over.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I just wanted to get this settled, maybe talk out with him, but...
And you thought, Mr. Schiller, the appropriate time to talk to Mr. Sherman was when he had had a case of beer.
Well, that's the only time to talk to him.
Mr. Schiller, don't play with me, sir.
And later today,
She told me that whenever her son Kenneth was moving up to Kansas City and that his father had a lot of money and they were going to get full custody and make me out to be an unfit mother.
I never said that.
Just a second.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Justin Sherman says acquaintance Jothan Schiller rammed his car in a drunken rage. Jothan claims it's Justin who is the troublemaker.
All right, so now you are at Mr. Sherman's house because this idiot over here challenged you to a duel.
Yes.
And you were sufficiently sophisticated, in control of yourself to say, I'm not going to get started with this. I'm going to go home. Whoops. No, I don't think so. I think I'm going to go over and fight them. Right? Now, you go over there, you honk your horn, and they don't come?
No, they ran inside as soon as we got there.
Right, and you honk your horn.
Yes, I honked.
And they didn't want to come out to fight you?
No, they did not want to. When they had offered first. I mean, I didn't want to fight him. I just wanted to get this settled, maybe talk out with him, but...
And you thought, Mr. Schiller, the appropriate time to talk to Mr. Sherman was when he had had a case of beer?
Yes. Well, that's the only time to talk to him.
No, no, no. You thought that the appropriate time to talk to him when he would be in
whenever
control
you see
of
him,
his senses.
he's usually been drinking.
Mr. Schiller, don't play with me, sir.
Well,
all right. And it's your statement that after you honked your horn and they refused to come out, you drove away and you did not back into the car.
I was parked in the driveway, so it might have appeared that I was close, but maybe his prior damage.
So that's your statement. Very good. What year is your car, sir?
A 91 Buick LeSabre.
Okay.
It holds sentimental value, Your Honor.
What?
It was my great-grandfather's. That's why I want it fixed. It holds sentimental value.
I don't get sentimental over a car, sir. You know, maybe a vintage Rolls Royce. But I got to tell you something. You should have it fixed. You're not going to have it fixed for $2,000. You find a ding doctor who can fix it maybe for $500. But I'm going to tell you both. If you continue to drink and act stupid, that's what happens. You ruin carpet. He hits your car. You're just lucky you didn't kill somebody else that evening because you had all been drinking. I have very little sympathy for either one of you. Anyway, you're suing him for $2,000 because that's the estimate that you had. The whole car's not worth $2,000. Get somebody to fix it for $500. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $500. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I'm just completely outraged. I didn't cause any damage to his car. He's just, you know, like she said, a drinking problem, so that's just the person that we're dealing with.
I don't have a drinking problem. I never did, never will. He's the one with the drinking problem. That's why he hit me.
Alcoholism runs in his family, you know, I mean, so he just doesn't have, he also doesn't have regard for society.
I never wanted to start a fight. I would just wanted him to go away. That's what I was saying.
He drives home after parties and gets in car accidents. It's just kind of ridiculous.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Davis versus Seco, step forward, please.
Lola Davis is suing her granddaughter's mother, 21-year-old Michelle Seco, for attorney fees as a result of a restraining order. Michelle says she was fearful of Lola kidnapping her daughter.
Miss Davis, Miss Seco is the mother of your granddaughter.
Yes.
She was not married to your son, but they do have a child together, and that child is how old?
3.5.
Where is your son now?
He's incarcerated.
For what?
Violation of a probation.
For what?
DWI.
So he has a drinking problem?
Yes, ma'am.
It is your claim that Miss Seco filed a false application for a protective order against you and your husband.
Yes.
As a result of which you had to retain an attorney and you want her to pay for your legal fees.
Yes, I do.
Miss Seco says that the allegations in her application were true, and it's unfortunate because you used to see your granddaughter regularly but don't anymore.
Right.
So, Miss Seco, I'm going to start with you.
Okay.
When did you file this application for a protective order?
On January 11th.
Under what circumstances?
Because of the harassing phone call that I had got from him saying that their Christina's father was going to kidnap her and take her up to Kansas City because he was going to work on the railroad with his dad. And I asked him about it, and he didn't know anything about it, but he was moving up there, and he was thinking of giving me sole custody to get his life straight. And I told them that, you know, they called the cops on me, and I told them that they were no longer going to see her because, you know, if Kenneth's not there...
What do you mean they called the cops on you? For what?
For checking on the well-being. They called the cops several times on me and Family Services, and I have the reports here if you'd like to see them.
I would. And I'd also like to see the application that you filed for the protective order.
Okay.
So you filed a petition in which you allege as follows.
Mm-hmm.
She is constantly harassing me if I don't let her see her granddaughter. She makes me out to be an unfit mother. She's several times called Division of Family and Children's Services
Mm-hmm.
and called the cops on me.
Yes.
When I would go to pick up my child, we would get into arguments and she would yell at me and threaten to take my child away. She's constantly harassing me about my 3-year-old daughter, which I fear she might kidnap and flee the state.
Yes.
Well, what did she say about kidnapping your child, or are these fears that you have that were born out of the fact that she said, if you don't let me see her, something will happen?
She told me that whenever her son Kenneth was moving up to Kansas City and that his father had a lot of money and they were going to get full custody and make me out to be an unfit mother.
I never said that.
Just a second. So?
And I asked Kenneth about it, and he said that was not true. He was going to move and stay up there and get his life on track because he had his previous history, and he was going to give me sole custody.
Lola Davis says the mother of her granddaughter, Michelle Seco, took out a false restraining order against her.
How many grandchildren do you have, Miss Davis?
I have 13 total.
Unfortunately, you can't sue the person who granted her a temporary restraining order. You were granted a temporary restraining
Yes.
order, then you had a trial?
Yes.
And at the trial, the case was dismissed?
Yes.
Well, should never have been a temporary restraining order based upon these allegations. There is not one allegation here that is sufficient, in my judgment, for a court to have granted her a temporary restraining order.
Judge Judy?
Yes.
When she filed the ex parte orders on us, we had retained the attorneys to appear for us on our behalf, and by the time we did get to court, the whole case was dismissed. And I have a copy of the court transcript.
I don't have to read the transcript. I've been in the business a long time. When you file for a protective order, one of the things that you're stating is, based upon a fact, you are in fear for your safety or the safety of your child. Fact. She doesn't state any facts here. What she says is, I fear she might hire a hitman to kill me. Well, maybe she's crazy. Maybe that's why she has a fear. Maybe she's nuts. But I fear that she might kidnap my daughter. Well, that's not what she said, according to you, Miss Seco. According to you, what she said is, my husband is moving, and according to you, she said, and they have a lot of money. The parents have a lot of money, the relatives have a lot of money, and they're going to sue and try to get sole custody of the child. Whether that's true or not, that's legal.
Mm-hmm.
So there is nothing in your petition that should have inspired a judge to grant a temporary restraining order. So you're suing the wrong person, because she's not a lawyer. She didn't pull the wool over anybody's eyes. She made statements like she was, free thinking, and somebody who wasn't using their noodle granted her a protective order, temporary, and by the time it got down to push comes to shove, they thought better of it and either dismissed it,
yes,
or she didn't show up and they dismissed it because she wasn't there, or was there a hearing?
Yes, there was.
There was a hearing, and the court said there's no basis for a restraining order.
Correct.
Right. I think that there is probably a larger picture here, and that larger picture is, it's unfortunate that you're not seeing your granddaughter anymore.
I'm trying to file for grandparents' rights, Your Honor.
That's kind of a hard thing to do, because the law is very strict with regard to that now. Is there any way that you can envision having Mr. and Mrs. Davis see their granddaughter?
I mean, I didn't have a problem with it at all in the beginning until they started calling family services and cops coming out for false accusations.
Okay, now let me ask you this question. You live at home with your parents?
Yes.
Do your parents have any objection to this Davises coming over to see your granddaughter for an hour or two in their house?
I mean, if it's at my house, I don't think they would really have a problem with it.
Well, Ms. Davis, if those are the circumstances now, at least for now, that Ms. Seco is prepared to allow you to come and spend some time with your granddaughter, I would do that.
I am going to do that, Your Honor, because I love her very deeply.
They have 13 grandchildren.
Right.
You have one child. Your daughter only has 4 grandparents.
Yep.
Your son has a problem.
Yes, he does.
So, better be nice to her.
Yes.
Why don't you see while you're here if you can arrange for a time, an hour maybe on a Sunday? That would be reasonable.
Yes.
And it would certainly show me a level of maturity on your part.
Exactly, and I've always told her that she is the grandmother and nothing is ever going to change that, whether me and her son aren't talking or not, and I've always told her, even before I had my child.
So, why don't you see if this Sunday you can make some time? You live close enough, don't you?
Yes. Yes.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Versus Bailey. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Folks, have a seat, please.
Ms. Johnson, you and Mr. Spain live together and have 2 children together.
Yes, ma'am.
And you are no longer a couple.
Yes, ma'am. No, we're
despite the fact that you both appear today as plaintiffs. My understanding of this rather complex case is that when you and Mr. Spain separated, Mr. Spain began a relationship with the defendant, Miss Bailey. And he, in fact, moved in with her. According to you, you tried to maintain a civil relationship with both of them, with Mr. Spain for the benefit of the children, and for Miss Bailey just because. But Miss Bailey was not happy with you for some reason, and it is your claim that she vandalized your car. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are suing her as a co-plaintiff with Mr. Spain, who says that Miss Bailey kept some of his personal property when he moved out of the house because they are no longer together. Miss Bailey says that she did nothing to your car. It's actually you who harassed her, you and Mr. Spain. That it was Mr. Spain who damaged your car.
Correct.
And that you slashed her tires, you caused her to lose her job, and she wants from you, Mr. Spain, rent for the time that you were living with her. She has a counterclaim. All right, let's try to put some dates to these facts. Mr. Spain, when did you and Miss Johnson live together?
About 2000 and...
Maybe I'll ask Miss Johnson.
We moved in, it was about July 2003.
And how old are your children?
My son is 2 and my daughter is 4.
And when did Mr. Spain move out?
He moved out November 23rd, 2004.
Why?
Because of our differences. It wasn't working out.
When did you move in with Miss Bailey?
About the 26th.
Of what?
Of November.
You knew her from before?
Yes.
From where?
School.
How come you moved in with Miss Bailey?
Because she had asked me to move in with her.
No. I mean, did you rent a room from her, or were you living together as a couple?
Living together as a couple.
So that while you were with Miss Johnson, you were also with Miss Bailey?
No. She
I mean, a short 3 days, sir, you were in somebody else's house.
She had called me on the phone talking to her.
Yeah. When I came home from work, he was on the phone talking to her.
On the 23rd of November?
Yes, ma'am.
So then he moved out and he was living with Miss Bailey. How long did you stay with Miss Bailey, Mr. Spain?
About a month and a half.
Is that right, Miss Bailey?
He moved in November 23rd. He was arrested January the 4th, so that's the last time he lived with me when he got out of jail.
What were you arrested for?
Home invasion.
Burglary?
Nah.
What?
Well, no,
he kicked in the door.
Kicked in her door.
Yeah, he kicked in my door.
You kicked in her door?
Where his kids lay at their heads at night.
Shh. What'd you kick in her door for?
Just jealous, and I was really upset what was going on when I was living with her.
Well, so you were annoyed with Miss Bailey, so you kicked in Miss Johnson's door?
Yes.
It's very logical. Getting too old for this job. All right, Miss Johnson, tell me about the vandalism of your car. When did that happen?
December the 16th.
And you were still living with Miss Bailey, is that right, Mr. Spain?
Yes.
In between the time that they were together, it's been harassing phone calls. I mean, he would call, he would get me upset, he would get me upset, just arguing over our relationship, whatever. Then she would call, and she would play on the phone, repeatedly call, left threatening messages on my voicemail, and I just got, I mean, of course I've defended myself in the argument too, but I guess she got real upset to the point where she wants to come over to my house, and she she'd scratch the car.
Well, I want to know, were you home when she scratched the car?
Yeah, I was home, but I was asleep. It happened overnight.
So you didn't see her scratch the car?
No, I didn't see her scratch the car, but I do have a witness with me that...
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to hear that witness. Tell me your name, please.
Monica Dykes.
Dykes, did you see on December 16th somebody vandalized Miss Johnson's car?
No, I wasn't with her at the time, but I was at her house. I was spending the night at her house, and she was supposed to go get me something to eat. And
Who was?
Mrs. Bailey. She didn't come back with my food, and I asked her why, and she said because she came in the house with a box cutter, and she said that she had scratched Miss Johnson's car.
Well, how do you know Miss Bailey?
They were going together. This is my brother.
When she came home, she just took out the box cutter and told you? What did she do?
No, she had the box cutter in her hand.
Walked in the door with the box cutter in her hand?
It was in her pocket, and she took it out.
Well, tell me about that. I'm curious about that whole moment when she walked into the house with the box cutter in her pocket.
When she walked into the house, I was like, well, what happened to the Burger King that you're supposed to bring back? She said, well, Burger King was closed, and I just came back from around Mrs. Johnson's house, and I scratched the car up, and I hope she come around here with some... She's lying.
So what did you say to her?
Nothing. I didn't say anything after that. She's lying.
You didn't say, why would you do that?
Well, I asked her why. She said, because she just been harassing me and all this other stuff.
Did she tell you what she'd been doing to harass you?
She said that Miss Johnson has been calling her house numerous of times.
So they were speed dialing each other.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, Miss Bailey, now I'll hear from you.
Thank you so much. First of all, he moved in my home November 23rd of 2004. He moved out because he went to jail for kicking in her door. I was pregnant at the time with his kid. So when he got out of jail, I no longer wanted him in my home anymore. So while the process he's been in jail, me and Christina Stovall right here took all of his belongings.
I'm not at his claim yet, Miss Bailey.
Oh, okay, well, where are we at?
I'm keying her car.
Oh, keying her car, and he keyed her car, and this is the night that he got arrested. He came over to my house bragging about keying her car in, as well as kicking her door in. Why would I key her car? He kicked the key. I mean, he keyed the car in and kicked the door, and he know he did. I was there. If he's gonna kick her door in, she's gonna key her car.
She's lying.
Whatever, you lying.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
If somebody moves in with you in December and you get pregnant between December and January 4th, you're not too swift.
And later today.
Where is the car now?
The car is in front of my house now.
You have not sought to have the car returned to you, have you?
No.
Smart lady.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Kimberly Johnson and Arthur Spain Jr. claim Arthur's ex-girlfriend, Tequila Bailey, keyed Kimberly's Pontiac Grand Am. Arthur also says Tequila won't return his belongings.
Do you have a police report?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to see it. Step up. Tell me your name.
Christina Stovall.
You said that you were present when Mr. Spain acknowledged that he vandalized Miss Johnson's car?
Yes.
When was that?
January 4th.
Tell me about what he said.
Me and Tequila and her two sisters were in the living room. He came in through the door. He was sweating, walking around. You could tell he had did something. This is what he said. He said, I keyed in her car, I kicked in her door, and the police is coming. So Tequila said, let's go upstairs and talk about it.
Yeah, but the police report...
He did it at
He did it what?
He did it at 2 different times. When he keyed in her car a couple days before he kicked in her door. But he came in bragging about both of it.
Yeah.
No. No.
Yeah. He keyed her car. I don't know when he keyed the car in, but the night he got arrested...
Listen to me very carefully. Where did you spend Christmas?
At my house.
Did you see Miss Bailey?
I see her every day, all the time.
And what about Mr. Spain? Did you see him?
Yeah, I see him.
Shut up.
I used to go to school with him. I used to go to his candy store. He knows who I am.
Okay. So you know them both, and you saw them between December 16th and January 4th. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So what you're telling me is on January 4th, he acknowledged keying her car.
Because he came in all nervous.
All right. But the police report is from December 16th. Why in the world would he come in all nervous and hyper and confessed to something that he had done on December 16th.
He already confessed to me a long time ago about it.
Because he was scared.
He was bragging.
Sit down.
Okay.
Good. Very good. No, I believe that he kicked in her door, but on December 16th, I believe her when she says that you went out to get her some Burger King and you came back and you keyed her car.
Nah.
Yeah, no. Nah. Okay, now, what stuff do you claim that you left at Miss Bailey's home?
A radio, TVs, CDs, DVDs, weights.
Where's all his stuff?
We took 2 trips to her mom and his mom's house, and he knows and she knows. As a matter of fact, I had Matt come get the guns that was in my house. They don't have any permits for.
What kind of guns?
Sawed-offs.
BB guns.
Sawed-offs.
Who is this gentleman?
That's my friend.
What does he have to do with this case?
His weights are in her house.
He helped haul
some
belongings
stuff
over
over
to
there.
her house.
And we hauled it right back. And I don't know what your father did with him, but we hauled it right back.
A few baskets over to his house. This is when he was locked up.
TV returned?
No. And
Everything
she
was returned.
brought me my shoes, and she brought my shoes, a box full of my shoes, and my mocha control was in the box.
What kind of television did he bring to your house? Look at me directly. Don't look at the floor.
I'm looking at you. I don't know exactly what kind of television it was. It was a little black box television.
Where is it?
At his mama's house. Me and her took 2 trips to Hallville, Indiana, to give him their stuff. But he got locked up from my house. I got a letter in my mail from my landlord saying that if they find him or anything of his at my house again, I will be in court for eviction because he was not on my lease. So I quickly took all his stuff to his mother's house, all his stuff. He knows it.
She is lying.
Now, Miss Bailey, what I want you to do is I want you to tell me about your counterclaim. You think that Mr. Spain should pay you for rent?
Yes.
What kind of contract did you have with him for your
We didn't
rent?
have anything written down, signed, because when you're supposedly having a relationship, you don't do that. But we have verbal. You're going to pay half on everything. You're not going to stay in my house and lay up and eat, sleep, and not pay nothing on anything.
Miss Bailey.
Yes, ma'am.
We live in a civilized society. So I want you to leave your gutter language outside.
I can do
Do
that.
it.
That's fine.
And you're going to wait until I'm finished speaking before you open your mouth.
Okay.
You're going to leave your gutter language outside, and you're going to remember where you are. We understand each other?
We do.
Perfect.
Kimberly Johnson and Arthur Spain Jr. claim Arthur's ex-girlfriend, Tequila Bailey, keyed Kimberly's Pontiac Grand Am. Arthur also says Tequila won't return his belongings.
I believe that after he moved out, you wanted money, but I don't believe you had an agreement with him to pay you half of everything.
Next. Somebody can't stay with me.
Listen to me. Next.
First of all, my tires were slashed. I couldn't get to work. I had to call in to get my car fixed. Second of all, they're playing on my phone. He's coming to my job, my new job and my old job, harassing on me on my job.
Well, just a second. What did he say when he came to your job?
I broke up with him. He wants to be with me. He loves me. He wants to be a family. Let's make it work. I don't want to be with you. I want to be a family. Go raise your 2 kids with Kimberly.
Just a second. I don't understand you.
What do you mean?
You're talking too fast.
I talk fast all the time. I know. He wants to be with me.
So he came to you telling you that he wanted to be with you, he wanted to be a family.
Making a scene. Yeah, making a scene at work. He wanted to be with me.
And that's why you got fired.
That, and I had to call in because I was pregnant with his child, and while he was in jail. I couldn't work. I was sick.
I mean, you think that he's responsible for you?
Yeah, he helped me make the baby. Yeah.
What?
He helped make the baby. Yeah, he's responsible.
That's not a lawsuit.
It is mine.
It's not one that I'm going to hear.
Well, that's fine, Miss Judge Judy.
It's not one that I'm going to hear. How many children do you have?
I have 1.
Okay. So you know how babies are made, right?
I do.
If you don't want to have a baby, then what you do is you take precautions so that you don't have a baby. If somebody moves in with you in December and you get pregnant between December and January 4th, you're not too swift.
Right.
Can I see pictures of your car?
Yes. Yeah, Your Honor, she scratched the whole driver's side, and she also...
Can I just see the pictures of the car?
My boyfriend.
Good. Okay, did you have these scratches taken care of?
No, ma'am.
You have an estimate on how much it's going to cost
Yes,
to have
ma'am,
the
I do.
scratches taken care of? That's a reasonable estimate. Listen, there is no question in my mind that the 2 of you women behaved badly towards each other, right?
Right.
I think Mr. Spain behaved badly, too. Listen, Miss Bailey, don't get in between people. It's always a very bad idea. If someone has a fight with his wife, woman, girlfriend, whatever it is, And if you take him in the day that he had a fight, and then if you make a baby with him, that makes you a smart woman who's not acting too smart, or a stupid woman who's not acting too smart. I don't know which one you are.
I was stupid.
But whoever you are, you owe $600 to have a car painted. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $600. Your counterclaim's dismissed. That's all.
Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I ain't even mad, though. That's the whole thing. I ain't even mad. I'm cool. I'm cool.
She's a liar. She's crazy. She needs some mental help.
I don't need anything from any one of them. And I'm still strong, sitting on my own 2 feet.
That's the devil right there.
Thing is, I got fists. Come on, bring it, because I'm ready. Straight up, I'm ready.
The girl's crazy, and you seen it in there. She crazy.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Ford versus Tarrant. Step forward, please.
Barber Glenn Ford is suing his former lover, office technician Elizabeth Tarrant, for the balance on a 1988 Toyota Celica he bought for her daughter.
Mr. Ford, it is your claim that Miss Tarrant, with whom you were briefly involved, owes you money for a car that you purchased for her daughter, and for impound fees later when the car was impounded because her daughter didn't have a driver's license. Ms. Tarrant indicates that both of those things were gifts, and you did not seek any money until after she decided she no longer wanted to be involved in a committed relationship with you. Is that what this case is about?
Yes.
Fine. Where is the car now?
The car is in front of my house now.
You have not sought to have the car returned to you, have you?
No.
Smart lady. Mr. Ford, can you explain to me why this is a relatively new purchase? According to your complaint, the car was purchased for her daughter sometime in February, correct?
In March.
So it was driven by her for a relatively short period of time. Why don't you just sell it?
The reason why I don't want to sell it, because I'm really not in the business of selling car. I had purchased the car for Elizabeth because she needed a car for her daughter. And it was an understanding, a mutual understanding between us two, and a contract that we had, which she didn't sign.
Well, then I'm not interested in it, sir. My question to you is a very practical one. This is a relationship that clearly was not going anywhere. The only nexus tie that you had to each other was this car. You got the car back, and I understand that you're not in the car business, but I don't know what your losses are.
Well, the car was impound, and she had agreed to pay me for the impound fees. I had to get the car out of impound, and the only way that I was able to get the car out of impound was that her daughter had to have a driver's license, so they could release the car to me from out of impound. I took her daughter to get a driver's license, and she had a driver's license, and I went to pick up the car from the impound. I incurred losses there. Now, she agreed that she would pay for these losses that I had incurred.
You mean for the impound fees?
For the impound, yes.
That's not unreasonable. What do you do for a living, Mr. Ford?
I'm a barber.
Is it your own business?
Yes, it is.
Then you're a businessman, Mr. Ford, and you appear to be an intelligent person. You may not know a lot about cars. I don't know a lot about cars either. But I know that if I had a piece of property in my possession, in this case a car, and I had the title to it, which you do at this point because she signed it over to you, before I would bring her to court, I would put an ad in the paper, a sign in the window, and I would say I want to sell this car and see what I get for it. And then you won't be out any money unless you just wanted to bust her chops. So, Mr. Ford, before you come to court, go sell the car and see if you come up with a shortfall on the money you laid out. Do we understand each other?
Yes, Your Honor.
Perfect. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Now, this is case number 97 on the calendar in the matter of Cook versus Jones. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Sir, have a seat, please.
What clothes are those, Miss Cook?
This is wedding dress and two bridesmaids dresses that are like related to the case.
Not related to the case that I read. According to your complaint, you and the defendant, who had an on-again, off-again relationship, leased a house together. The relationship terminated. You feel as if he should be responsible for half the rent on the house.
Yes.
That's what your case is about.
Yes. I just brought these because...
Don't need them.
Okay.
Put them over there. They're distracting to me.
Okay.
Mr. Jones has a counterclaim, and he says that you have a whole bunch of furniture and property that belongs to him. You locked him out of the house, and he couldn't retrieve the rest of his belongings, even though he didn't live there full time. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You have a copy of the lease agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Could I see it, please? When did you move in?
We moved in November 29th, 2000.
And the lease is a one-year lease?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you move out, sir?
Actually, I was put out in January. We got into an argument. I got put out in January. Then I came back because I thought it was going to work. And March of 2001, I came home to find my stuff outside and the door and the
That's
locks
not
was
true,
changed.
Your Honor.
Just a minute. So you're telling me she evicted you?
Yes.
That's not true.
Okay, go ahead.
That's
So I'll
not
hear-
true.
So now I'll hear you.
We moved into the home. We had gotten engaged previous to that in September. We moved in November. Mr. Jones left a week after that, stating that he wasn't sure that this is what he wanted to do. He needed to get himself together. So he left and went to stay at his parents' home. We talked off and on. He stated he wanted the relationship. He wanted us to get married. He came back in January.
Okay.
He left in March.
Well, that's what he says, but under what
yeah.
circumstances did he leave?
He didn't feel right. He didn't feel right. He felt that the relationship wasn't going well, that his world was crashing down around him. He needed to get himself right. And if he wasn't right, he couldn't be right for me. So that's when he left in March. He was gone approximately a week. He told me he was moving back in, and I just happened to see him in a pawn shop when I went to pay some bills with his truck full of some of his belongings. I went in there and asked him what was he doing. I thought you were coming home. He said, oh, I changed my mind. I need to be gone a little longer. When I got to the house, I noticed he had moved a lot of his things out, and I changed the locks to make sure that he didn't take anything that didn't belong to him, and I told him if he wanted to take anything else, he could do it while I was there, but when my children were not there.
Does that sound right to you?
No, ma'am. When she seen me at the pawn shop, I was there with my friend James. He was purchasing some jewelry for his wife. She seen me? Yes, she did see me.
Did she see you with any of the property that you had in the house?
No, the property's still in her house.
No, some of the property.
No.
Any of the property?
Sir,
No.
I mean, ma'am, that's not right. His
No.
truck was parked
But you
across
hadn't
the
been
street.
home.
No, I haven't been home.
You hadn't been home. For how long?
I had went to work.
Did you sleep there the night before?
Yes, I did.
You did?
No, he didn't.
Yes, I did.
He was gone a week, ma'am.
I believe he was gone a week.
He was gone a week, and he stated that he was going to come home.
That sounds right to me.
Called him on a Friday.
Your Honor, that's not true.
Didn't catch him the whole weekend.
Why do you
Happened
think
to
she
catch
threw
him
you
on
out,
Monday.
sir?
Excuse me?
Why do you think she threw you out?
Well, we
If I
having
believe
problems.
you.
We having problems, like we said, and I came home. The doors were locked. She told me when I called her on my cell phone. She stated because after when I came home, all the stuff was out. A lot of my stuff was sitting outside. My friend James Rivers,
none of your
I was
stuff
out.
was ever. I'm sorry.
Was out. Okay, and when I got my stuff, I went to get my stuff. The doors was when I went to try to get in the house. The doors was locked.
Is what you're telling me, sir, that from the time you moved in, other than this one brief time when you left back in maybe January, that you lived with her continuously?
I left because we was having problems.
So you left?
Yes.
Well, that's what I want to know. When did you leave?
When did I leave? I left in January for approximately, I think it was 2 weeks, ma'am.
Were you there constantly in the month of February?
Yes.
Slept there every day?
Yes.
What about the previous December? Were you there every day?
No.
Why not?
Because we was still going through problems. I was trying to make sure everything was right within me and within this relationship because I've been through a bad relationship once before, and I do not want to go through. Didn't want to go through another bad relationship.
You know you are obligated under this lease.
I was trying to help her. She was in a financial bind. We was together. I had my own separate apartment. I helped her out. This is not only this is a lease, but this is her house. This is her and her ex-husband's house.
Do you own this house?
I own 1/4% of the home, and when it was presented to me, if we wanted to lease it and do a lease option, I didn't think it was a good idea, but Mr. Jones did.
Just a minute. What do you mean you own 1/4 of the home?
Well, it's a home that is actually owned by my ex-husband's parents.
Yes.
And during the time we were married, I owned 1/4% of it. When I vacated the marriage, my ex-husband took over the house.
Are you still on the deed as a quarter owner of the house?
I haven't seen the deed, ma'am. And I mean, recently, as far as I know, yes.
I'm not.
As far as I know, yes.
Miss Cook.
No, seriously, as far as I know, yes.
You were divorced. In the divorce decree, it says who owns what piece of property. So, as far as you know, you own
25%.
25% of
Yes.
this property. So if the property is sold, you get 25% of its value.
Yes.
So who do you pay the rent to?
Pay the rent to Mr. He is our landlord.
Well, he only owns 1/4 of the property, according to you.
Yes. His parents actually did the loan But when we were married, we paid for the house. Once the marriage was dissolved, Mr.
Why
Brian...
are you paying him any money if each of you own the same percentage of the house?
Because we decided, Mr. Jones and I decided that we were going to take over the home and buy Mr. and his parents out of the home.
Well, you don't buy him out of the home if you're renters.
Well, we were going to buy the home at the end of the lease.
Why are you paying him any money if each of you own the same percentage of the house?
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Leslie Cook says ex-fiancé Moore Jones owes for breaking an apartment lease. Moore is countersuing for the return of his property.
Are you still staying in the house?
Yes, ma'am.
With your 3 children?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you plan to stay in the house with your 3 children?
No, because of this arrangement, because Mr. Jones left, he is putting the home on the market, and we have to find another place to stay.
Okay.
Because I can't afford it. I cannot afford it.
All right. Well, you should tell your ex-husband that you can't afford to pay $950 for your quarter of the house. You should be able to cut that in half. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? If you own the same percentage of the house as your landlord, I don't understand why you would pay your ex-husband rent unless he was kicking back half the rent to you, because you each own the exact same thing.
Because the money that we put into the home was going to be set aside for a down payment.
Oh.
Down payment so we
Down
could buy
payment, so
we
he
could
was
buy
going
the
to
home.
take this $950 a month and put it aside so that the 2 of you could buy the house.
Yeah, not all $900. The portion that was over the mortgage, yes.
And how much is the mortgage?
The mortgage is $666.
I suggest you find another place to live. Look, this is not a clean lease agreement. Since you each own the same percentage of property, I don't see why he should be responsible for paying off a mortgage on a house that he's not going to be living in. Now, what about his property that's there? What do you have of his property that's there,
I have
Ms.
pictures
Cook?
here.
Just tell me what you have.
His bedroom set, his couch and love seat, and coffee table with 2 end tables, and a entertainment center.
Is that what she has of yours?
In the garage, I have my kids' bikes, my kids' prices, pictures of me when I was a baby, and my kids' pictures when they were babies. And have a few other things that's in the garage that I want out of the garage.
Okay, are those things in the garage? Probably.
Yes, I haven't touched anything.
We have to set up a date and time when he can come and get his stuff. What's a good time for you?
Anytime, I'm open.
What's a good time for you?
Anytime after 5 o'clock. Oh, anytime after 5:30.
Do you want him to come with somebody to get his stuff? Would it be easier for you, or do you want somebody with you in the house?
Yes, I would like somebody there because I don't trust him because he threatened me this past weekend, so I don't want him coming over there by himself.
That is far from the truth.
Who do you want there?
I would prefer a police officer.
Well, can you get a police officer to accompany you?
I can call. I'm sure I could.
Okay. The court will prepare an order indicating that 5 days from today's date, between 5:30 and 7:30, you come and pick up your stuff. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I don't think that it went fairly because this is something that we both did together, and now I'm stuck and I can't afford to keep the place. Now I have to look for somewhere else to live.
Learn how to talk and communicate, and it best, try to leave on good terms.
And now the next case.
All parties on Calderon versus Moore. Steps forward, please.
23-year-old child care provider Erica Calderon is suing her former friend, 33-year-old salesperson Cammie Moore, for babysitting fees and the unpaid balance on a car.
Ms. Calderon, your complaint alleges 2 things. First, that the defendant, for whom you did some babysitting, owes you some money for the babysitting. Your second cause of action is about a car that you sold to her. She made partial payment on the car and did not make the rest of the payment on the car.
Correct.
Those 2 things.
Correct.
I gather that your arrangement was that you would accept as payment, when you started to babysit for her, whatever money she was getting from the state for child care.
Correct.
When did you start babysitting for her?
I first started babysitting for her in December.
How much were you paid a month by the state to babysit for her?
The first month I was paid like $272.
How many children were you caring for?
Just 1.
And in the month of January, how much were you paid?
I was paid $300.
300 even?
372 also.
And in February, how much were you paid?
Nothing.
Did you babysit for her in February?
Yeah, I babysat for her 2 weeks. And I was just doing it more of a favor for her.
So you babysat for her for 2 weeks as a favor?
Right. I did that because she had told me that she didn't want to leave her daughter with her mom because her mom was not fit to babysit her, and she didn't have anybody else to do it.
Was she working?
Yes, she was.
So what do you claim she owes you for babysitting?
I claimed that she owed me a total of $500.
Well, I know that that's what you claim. How do you get to that figure?
She had agreed to pay me whatever the state didn't pay me out of her pocket, but she was going to pay me $2.50 an hour instead of $2.13 an hour. But I also babysat for her while she went on a trip, and she had told me that she was going to pay me $160 for that, which she did not pay me for that either.
How many hours a day did you watch the baby?
I was babysitting her up to 18 hours a day.
Did you keep a log?
I kept a log, but I didn't bring it with me. But I have the proof saying that I babysat her that many hours that month that she also signed.
Oh, I'd like to see it. This is what was submitted to the state.
Correct.
Did you have an agreement with her to pay anything over
Nothing.
what the state provided?
Nope. I was under the understanding that the state would pay for any hours, hour to hour, dollar to dollar. I did not realize that there was a cap to it, because I had used the state before, and I have worked that many hours, and my mom did take care of my child, and I did choose Erica over my mother, which now I realize I should not have, but it was always paid. There was never any out-of-pocket expenses. But what Erica refuses to say is I did pay $25 deductible each month.
She paid me $25 a month one time, which was in December.
No, that is
But
not
then
true.
also she kept borrowing money from us, also to do laundry, for gas for her car,
And it was
Well,
paid
that-
back.
for milk, everything.
You didn't do any babysitting for her after February. But then you sold her a car.
Correct.
And you sold her a car, according to you, for $600.
Correct.
And she had money to give you as a deposit of $200.
Right.
Did you at that time say to her, look, you still owe me money from the babysitting, so I'd like to treat some of this as babysitting money?
No. And the reason why I didn't do that was because she had told me when she got her income tax that she was going to pay us for the child care that she had owed us and also for the car when she got her income tax.
What kind of car did you sell her?
An 81 Toyota Tercel wagon.
For which she gave you a down payment of $200.
Correct.
Owing you $400.
Correct.
But then you took the car back
We took it back because...
a month later.
Right.
So she had the car for 1 month.
Right.
And you took it back because she didn't pay you the other $400.
Right.
Did you give her back the $200?
No, I did not, because I had a
Or the
contract with her.
repairs.
Just a second.
I had a written contract that she was supposed to pay me the money, which she did not, when she got her income tax, which she did not.
So you
She
got your
broke
car
the
back?
contract. Right. She broke the contract.
No, I did not.
Shh, just a second. I'll let you speak in a minute.
I'm sorry.
But you got your car back.
Right.
And you got your car back, and you kept her $200.
Right.
Which, as far as I'm concerned, covers your babysitting, any extras that you might have done for her. So I assume that the reason that you initiated this lawsuit was not for the babysitting money. The reason you instituted this lawsuit was because of the car.
Well, initially...
Because you would have initiated the lawsuit back in March if she owed you money.
Well, I kept giving her chances because, we were friends. I wasn't doing it. Kept giving her chances. She wasn't working. She was working on and off. It was just...
Friends don't sue friends.
And
Well, sometimes they do if they owe money. Were you supposed to give, I'm just curious, your arrangement was you were supposed to give her money, the other $400 for the car when you got your income tax. Is that right?
Before we even entered into the arrangement, she was sitting in her van, and I said, listen, I want to help you because I know that I have, you've helped me in the past. I do not really technically want the car because it's neither here nor
Give me
there.
a break.
The
Will you
fact,
please, you don't buy a used car because you don't technically need it if you don't have money.
No, I didn't technically want it, but I wanted to help them as much as, they say they helped me. But they know that there was problems with my tax return last year because of my daughter's name being hyphenated. I even reminded her of that. I said, listen, they've received it, they processed it. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be here in 2 weeks. Do you understand that? Oh, yeah, I understand that. For 4 weeks after that, her or her husband was continuously asking me if I had got my tax return.
All right, so how much did you get back?
I only got $281. There was no way it would cover it. He came to get the car. She never came to get the car. He came to my door, knocked on the door, stepped away from the door, and started throwing my stuff out of the car up against the wall. Not only my stuff, but my mother's stuff that she just purchased too, with several things that were broken. I never once instigated any kind of an argument with him. I did not come out of the house. I called the police. I asked him not to do that. knowing that they have just as thin walls as I do in my apartment. They knew the problems that I was having with my daughter and that I needed that vehicle in order to suffice the things I had to do with her.
All right, so you didn't take the car because you were doing them a favor. You took the car because you needed it.
No, I could have bought a different car, but
Miss
I didn't.
Moore, don't think I'm foolish. People do not buy used cars because they want to do somebody a favor, especially somebody that has no money.
I guess I'm stupid and I do that.
No, you're not stupid. You're just trying to be sympathetic. But you took the car back. Was there any problem with the car when you took it back?
No, there was not.
So you have your car back. You can sell it again for $600.
Plus, it has a brand new starter on it that went out 3 days after I got it.
Did you put in a new starter?
Yes, I did, and I never once asked them for it.
Just a second. How much was the new starter?
$110.
Okay, was there a new starter put in the car?
Yes, there was, but when she had told us about it, she told us that it had only cost her $60.
Whether it cost her $60 or $110, she put some money in the car, right? That you would have had to put in the car. Do you still have the car?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you still drive the car?
We've using it. Yes, we have.
So you're using it. So you have a car with a starter, you got a $260 profit, right?
Yeah.
Forget it. Case is dismissed.
Parties number 137 on the calendar in the matter of Oglesby versus Magallanes. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Folks, have seats.
Miss Oglesby, according to the complaint that I've read, on April 21st, you went to your ex-boyfriend's house. You and your ex-boyfriend have a child together, and it was your intention to retrieve some property. You arrive at the house, and the defendant is there.
Yes.
You and the defendant exchanged some words.
Yes, we did.
Nasty words.
Yes.
Why, I couldn't tell you, but you exchanged some nasty words. According to your complaint, the next day, while you were in or around your home, the defendant shows up with someone else in her car. They get out of the car. Your children are in your car.
In the car.
You get in your car because you see her. And she kicked your car and terrorized your children who were in the car.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you want her to pay for A, the damage to your car, and B, for terrorizing your children, right?
Yes.
So you get to the house on April 21st, the ex-boyfriend's house. Who answers the door?
Nobody answered the door, Your Honor. He wouldn't open the door.
How did you become involved with the defendant?
As I was leaving, he came out on the balcony, and I asked him, you know, just let me get the clothing. I need it for my daughter for school. And he...
Just a minute. I would like her out of the room, please. Go ahead.
Okay. He came out on the balcony, and he says, get out of here. You left me for another guy, this and that. And at that time, she came out on the balcony, and I exchanged words with her.
Well, what were the words you exchanged with her?
I just asked her, like, you know, who are you, and things like that. Really was none of my business, but I just asked her, and she didn't say...
But it wasn't nice. You didn't say, who are you?
No.
What is your name?
No.
So you were annoyed and nasty and screaming at your ex-boyfriend and screaming at her. And then you left.
Yes, ma'am.
What happened the next day?
The next day I was coming home from a fair in our city, Orange Blossom Festival, and I had my friend with me, and my brother was with me that day. And we had 2 kids in the car, and then we stopped at my cousin's and we picked up my 2 daughters. And on my way home, I witnessed her nephew driving down my street. I was leaving the gates, and I saw him coming into the gates of the apartments, and he was looking at me like, you know, what are you doing here? And I was kind of wondering.
Okay, so nephew. So you see the nephew driving down the street.
Mm-hmm.
And
so I turned my car around because I was going to go to my cousin's house because I didn't know what he was doing on my street. I was kind of a little bit worried. So as I was stopped my car, I got out of my car and I was standing there because he was going to turn around. I thought he wanted to talk to me or something, so I got out of my car.
Your Honor, if I can
just a minute. I thought you said you were driving to your cousin's house because you didn't know what was going on. He was looking at you funny, so what did you get out of your car for?
I got out of my car because I wanted to clear up what happened with me and her the day before on the balcony. I didn't want any trouble.
Go ahead.
So he didn't turn around at the first street. He went to my street, honked the horn, and the defendant came out of my street with her 2 friends in her truck. And I got back in my car because I saw her coming, and my 9-year-old daughter was screaming, bloody murder. My 6-year-old daughter was crying, and they were screaming. She's all, no, Mom, no, Mom. And
what were they screaming for? So far, nothing's happened.
Because that guy, she didn't know what he was doing on my street. And I told my friend, I think that... We
passed the guy. You got back in your car. I thought you told me you got back in your car when you saw the nephew. Then you saw her car.
I saw her come out of my street, okay? And I got back in my car,
and I sat there, and I told my friend, call 911, because I didn't know what they were going to do.
Where was your friend?
She was in the passenger seat.
So what happened next?
Okay, so I got back in the car, and by that time, she skidded up in front of my car. Her and 2 other girls jumped out of the car, came up to my window. My window was halfway down. I said, my kids are in the car, my kids are in the car. And she didn't say nothing, but she said, you're mine. And I just seen this foot coming, and then her friend hit my car with a cane, a brown long cane.
Was there a dent on your car?
Yes, ma'am. I had a picture.
Let me see. Uh-huh. Got it. Okay. Estimate.
This is from my insurance company, and this is from the body shop. I had to pay $500, and they paid $315.
So you had a $500 deductible?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
On April 21st, approximately like 4 o'clock in the evening.
4 o'clock is in the afternoon, last time I looked.
Early afternoon, early evening. I was invited over to Carlos's house.
I don't care. You were in Carlos's house.
Okay.
She comes over.
And we were celebrating my birthday. I had nothing to do with, no relationship, honestly, with Carlos. I walked into the kitchen. I heard a knock at the door, and that's when the plaintiff ended up hearing my voice. I said, someone is at your door. And then the plaintiff had knocked twice, this time even louder. And then after that, I was like, oh my God, who is that? He sat there and he told me, oh, that's my baby's mom. And I said, oh, great. I don't want any trouble. I didn't even bring my own vehicle. He went to my residence and he picked me up.
I don't care about this. Just get to what's important, madam. You had words with her. She started screaming. There's no question in my mind that she opened up a big fresh mouth, and called you a whole bunch of names when you came outside. On the patio, she opened up a big fresh mouth, and then she left.
In a gated community, she entered the residence, and then she got on her cell phone, and she made numerous calls, which I had called authorities, and Carlos had asked her to leave.
Okay, because she was pretty frightening.
Yeah.
She was pretty frightening.
Right.
So then my question to you, madam, is why the next day do you go to her house?
That is not accurate. The whole scenario of the case is like, it was one day, which was on the 21st. The 22nd is when I got to there's a local gas station. There's another street coming eastbound.
I don't care, just get to
she ended
it.
up coming oncoming traffic with her 2 children in the vehicle, and she boxed my vehicle into the gasoline station. There was a truck.
Shh. Hey, no, she's not. No, she's not. You got a miserable hot temper.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Gwen Oglesby says her ex-boyfriend's friend, Dominique Magalonis, kicked her car. Dominique says Gwen attacked her.
Go ahead. She boxed your car in. So she's even more frightening. And then she took off.
No, she didn't, Your Honor.
You took off.
No.
Somebody left.
No, this is a...
You're not still at the gas station.
No, the whole thing is the reason why I ended up leaving is because I was rolling up in my lower truck, and I was rolling up the window, and I could see her coming out like this, and they said, oh my God, there she is, which was my other witness. I had 3 witnesses that didn't even show up today because she's intimidating.
Just a second. I don't care about you 3 witnesses who didn't show up today. Did she hit you?
Yes, she did. She struck me from my driver's side window.
Did you call? Hey, quiet.
He was with me.
Quiet.
As a result of that, the gentleman on back of me in the other vehicle let me go.
So you left?
I ended up going down on this one street that directs from my house to her house.
Perfect.
And then I ended up calling a deputy that I know specifically in the area that we live in to ask him basically, what am I supposed to be doing with this?
Why did you go to her house the next day?
To go out there and let her know that I had just started working for a new office, and I didn't want her going into my office and acting a fool like she did at the apartment.
Just a second. So she acts like a maniac 2 days in a row.
Correct, with her children in the vehicle.
2 days in a row.
Correct.
The next day, you, with a couple of friends in your truck, go to her house to have a discussion with her? A reasonable discussion with her?
No, ma'am.
What did you go there for?
She had occupants in the vehicle. She had 2 daughters.
What did you go there for?
To basically explain to her that I am
So
not
you
gonna
went
do it.
there to have a reasonable, calm discussion with her?
I conduct myself in a decent manner.
What'd you kick her car for? You kicked her car.
No, because the reason why, I admit that I did kick her car. Because, okay, if anybody caused any trauma to her two children, the daughters, she had a knife inside the front vehicle.
Shh, I don't want to hear you.
Okay, and about her saying that I had apparently called her these names, she was standing outside the vehicle. She ran inside the car. She had her hair down as it is now. She pulled it up in a ponytail, and she says, you know what, it's one-on-one, B-I-T-C-H. That's exactly what you said to me, with your children inside the vehicle.
Wonderful. She's not, listen to me. She's a hothead. She's got a hot temper. You're a fool, because I don't believe that you don't have a hot temper, because somebody who acts as crazy as she acted 2 days in a row.
Correct.
You don't respond to that by going to her house with friends in your truck. You had no business going over there. You have a friend in the police department.
Correct.
Your friend in the police department would not say to you, well, after acting like a nut, I think it would be a good idea to go over there and try to have a calm discussion with her.
Correct.
And you did, and you ended up kicking her car and causing damage.
Because she tried to exit the vehicle with a knife, and she was on a cell phone.
No, madam, listen carefully to me. You had no business being there with your two friends in a truck. You kicked her car.
But it was out of self-defense. I wasn't trying to cause any harm to her. You were on the phone, and I said, you know what? I told her straight up.
Be quiet, hothead.
Okay. I told her.
Quiet, hothead.
I told her honestly, I said, you know what, you're a very beautiful woman, but the way you're acting towards me, I have no relationship with Carlos, nothing.
Just a second. I don't believe you when you say you went to her house for the express purpose of having a calm discussion with her. You went there with two cars, not one. Your nephew's car went first. You came in your truck second with other people in your truck. You ended up banging her car. But for the fact that you went to her house, you would not have placed yourself in this circumstance. You have to pay for the damage.
But yet let her come to my residence and drive up and down my residence, so I don't even stay at my house anymore. I've moved out of location.
I'm telling you, she's a hothead. She's not going to get 1 penny for what she says was trauma to her children. She's suing not only for the damage to her car, but for the trauma to her children. She caused that.
I'm not worried about the money. I'm just worried about her leaving me alone. That's basically what I want.
Well, I want to tell you something. You didn't handle it right, madam. Handling it right was not going to her house with a whole bunch of other people.
That's not true, though. I didn't come to her to sit there and try to cause damage to her.
Whether you did or whether you didn't, it was an exercise in poor judgment, considering what had transpired the 2 previous days, to go to her residence.
She presented a note into my...
Listen to me. Period. Period.
When she goes to my office and she...
Period! Now, your girls were traumatized?
Your Honor. Yes,
your girls were traumatized?
Yes, they were.
I have a feeling that if your girls were in the car, you would have said the exact same things as you said when you went to pick up their property at the house, Big Mouth.
I don't do that in front of my children, Your Honor.
Oh, really not? I don't think you can control yourself. So I'm eliminating any claim for trauma to your children. You better learn how to control your temper. But you do get the damage to the car. Your out-of-pocket is $500. Judgment for the plaintiff. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
The defendant's just upset that I told my ex-boyfriend that she was really a man instead of really a woman.
Her attitude is like way off limit.
And now the next case.
All parties on Caldwell versus Madrid. Step forward.
24-year-old clerk Mary Caldwell is suing her ex-girlfriend, 24-year-old plumber Janet Madrid, for an unpaid loan to buy a car.
Miss Caldwell, you and the defendant were living together. You were in a relationship when you claim you made a loan to her to purchase a car for the down payment. Is that right?
Correct.
And according to you, the car down payment was $2,500. She made one payment of $200 to you and has failed to pay the rest. You want your money back?
Yes, correct.
Defendant says there was never a loan. When was the car purchased?
July of 2000.
How long had you been living together prior to that?
Over a year.
Now, as part of the defendant's response to your complaint, she says that a year before that, you had wanted to purchase a car, and she sold a couple of motorcycles that she had. Is that right?
Yes.
And gave you the money to put down on a car that you wanted to buy. Is that true?
Yes.
How much did she give you?
I don't have an amount for you. I'm sorry.
Did you ever pay her back?
No.
You are living together at this time in a relationship as a family. Is that right?
Correct, at the time.
And am I also correct that this car that she purchased was put in both of your names?
Correct. For the reason that she didn't have a driver's license, she was unable to drive.
All right. Now tell me the circumstances surrounding this alleged loan, Miss Caldwell.
We were in a relationship. It was falling out at the time, but she asked me to loan her the money, in which I
What
loaned
did she
her
say?
She said, I want to get a car. And I told her, okay, that's fine. I had the money on me. I said, well, it needs to be a loan. Do you understand that? And she said, yes. At that time, we went shopping around for a car. She chose the vehicle that she wanted. I made the down payment on it. She told me that she was going to pay me back. It was a verbal agreement between the both of us.
That sounds all pretty pat. All right, Miss Madrid, let me hear your version of it.
I never told her that I want to borrow the
No,
money.
I want you to tell me step by step. Don't tell me what you never told her.
We both said that we need a car.
Why? You already had a car.
No, because the car that she bought before this car had got repoed because she couldn't make the car payment on it.
Oh, you didn't tell me that. You didn't tell me that.
Sorry.
When had it gotten repossessed?
Maybe about 2 to 3 months before we bought this other car. And I was paying the last couple payments on that car because she couldn't pay for it. She lost her job. And so I said, I want to go get a car. And she's like, okay, yeah, we do need a car. And she had just got a settlement from an accident. And she's like, well, I have the down payment for the car. And I was like, okay, fine. I thought it was just like me giving her the down payment for her car. I thought it was an even swap.
Well, even swap. You said you gave her $800. This is $2,500.
Yeah, well, our whole relationship, you know, she never paid bills. I paid all the bills. She never paid rent, nothing. I supported her.
Your
She
Honor.
didn't have a job. She didn't have a job. Anytime she needed money, okay, here, Mary, here's some money.
So?
So I took the loan out on the car to finance the rest of the car, and I've been paying on it ever since.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. In February of 2001, you gave her $200. What was that for?
It was probably for insurance or something.
Your Honor, that is not true.
Because insurance was in her name.
Yes, the insurance was under my name because she didn't have a license. How was the insurance going to be under her name if she didn't have a license?
I asked you a question.
Yes.
Do you work?
Yes, I do.
What kind of work do you do?
I do clerical.
Where? For whom?
For a hospital.
Which hospital?
It's actually called Medical Group.
How long have you been working there?
About 5 months.
Prior to that, where were you working?
Prior to that, I was working at a temporary agency.
So you weren't working regularly prior to that?
Correct.
Okay. Tell me about this alleged $200 payment.
When she was kicking me out of the house, she told me that she wanted all my stuff out of the house. I said, okay, that's fine. I'm moving all my stuff out of the house.
What day was that?
Maybe February, in the middle of February. So right around our supposedly anniversary is when it happened.
Well, tell me about it.
I asked her for money to give me some kind of repayment on the loan. She told me, okay, here's $200. She wrote me a check.
You have a copy of that check?
Mm-hmm.
Can I see it? Looks like she gave you money pretty regularly. What'd she give you money for pretty regularly?
Mainly to pay the bills.
No, she's got things here for the gas company. Pacific Bell? Here's one for $100 to you. On the bottom it says Janet stuff. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Mary Caldwell, that's you, another $100. Mary Caldwell, $160. What kind of work do you do?
I'm a plumber.
Work full-time?
Yes.
All right, Miss Caldwell, let me tell you what I think, madam. What I think is that the two of you were living in a relationship as a family. And when the year before you wanted to buy a car, she gave you some money. And when the following year she wanted to buy a car and you had some extra money, you said, I'll put down the down payment, you make the payments, because you weren't working. You were working as a temp. And you were all living as a family. And now that you're not living as a family anymore, you say this was a loan. I don't believe you. Your case is dismissed.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Gentlemen, have seats, please.
Ms. Ludante, it is your complaint that the defendant... What is that vacuum cleaner doing here?
That's my vacuum cleaner that's busted right now because my hair is inside of it.
Could we do something with that vacuum cleaner and take it away, please? Or just put it so I don't look at it. Props I don't need. Thank you. All right, Ms. Ludante, it is your complaint that you had a hair process done by the defendant, and as a result of the faulty process, you're losing your hair. You want him to pay $5,000 for the treatments you're going to receive over the next 5 years, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The defendant is counterclaiming because he says you stopped payment on the check and never complained to him about the process. That's what the case is about?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. How long had you been going to the defendant's salon for service?
Almost a year and a half.
And he had done work for you satisfactorily before?
Yes.
What kind of work?
Extensions put in my hair in a bonding process.
Explain that to Bird.
It's
He
a
doesn't
powder
understand
and
it.
a glue that you put into your hair to make your hair fuller and longer.
You put glue into what part of your hair? Your scalp or your...
No, it's put into my hair, into each strand.
Okay, and he's been performing that service for you for well over a year.
Right.
And you've had no problem?
No.
Good. So when did you start to have a problem?
When he gave me a $1,200 process and promised me that it would last me 9 months.
Okay. When was that? When did he give you this $1,200 process?
On April 24th.
Tell me about it. Did you go in for a normal glue job?
I was going to get, you know, the regular bonding done. He says, I have a new process for you. It's going to cost you $1,200. And he dyed my hair, and he put the $1,200 process into my hair.
I'm going to get to you in a second. What was the difference, as he explained it to you, between the old process and the new one?
Okay. It's supposed to be a protein-based glue. So instead of making my hair damaged, be more beneficial to me to have healthier hair and go back every 9 months instead of every 3 months.
Okay, so you go in on April 24th, and he gives you this expensive bonding job.
Right.
What happened next?
The 25th, I noticed my hair was all orange. I called him up. He said, come on in and I'll fix it for you.
Okay.
And he fixed it for me.
Tell me what he did.
Excuse me, Chuck?
Take the thing off.
Look what he's done to my hair.
Talk to me. On 4/26, he recolored your hair.
Right.
Has that ever happened before when
Never.
you colored your hair?
Never.
Okay. Then what happened?
He told me not to wash my hair for 48 hours from the 24th. The 26th, I washed my hair. That was 48 hours. And as I get into the shower,
Don't be dramatic.
I'm not being dramatic.
There's
It's
only one
very,
drama gal here. Are
I'm not-
those the extensions, or is that your hair?
They're both. I have pieces here from the root. Your Honor, I'm just very upset, emotionally upset.
There's no way.
I'll show you, Greg.
It's that far. When I attach it that far,
Okay.
an inch from the scalp.
Well, Bird, I'm not going to ask you to do this.
You ripped out my hair.
Miss LaDante.
Did she wash it with
This is my roots.
dog shampoo, or did you wash it
That's
with
a conversation.
Mr. Davis.
Mr. Davis.
Okay. Now, in all that clump of hair that you have over there, you picked out one piece, and you showed me that that was a root. Are there any other hair strands there that you can identify as your natural hair?
Yes.
Just take out what you can identify as your natural hair, madam. And then I will see if I can identify it as natural hair. Perhaps Mr. Davis can.
Shall I give it to him?
No, bring it up here. Because Bird doesn't want to go touch that. Bird doesn't like to touch those things.
There you go.
Okay.
See my roots?
Okay. What I see is the extensions came off, and I see some dark hair.
That's my root.
Okay. All right. So of all that mess over there that you have over there, this you say is your natural hair.
Well, some of it in here is...
Not all of this is your natural hair. This is extension.
Yes.
Take the rest of that clump there, put it back in where it belongs. Very good. The whole thing.
This too?
That's all came out.
This all came out.
It's all came out. So it's not your hair. This came out, which is the process that he put on. This is not natural hair. This is not your hair. This is somebody else's hair, or some
human hair.
Somebody made this from a sweater or something. I don't know. Okay. Now, let us assume, Miss LaDante, that it is true that the extensions that he put in came out.
Yes.
And you paid him $1,200. So why are you suing him for $5,000?
Why?
Yes.
Okay. I need hair integration.
Show me.
Okay. I have a bill here for an estimate of doing $1,004.
For what?
For hair integration. It's
What's
right
hair
here.
integration?
It's almost like a wig, but it's not.
You don't need a wig. Is that your natural hair?
No,
Listen to me.
half of it isn't, half of it is.
Madam, why don't you just cut off the extensions that you have in your hair? Yeah, I'm looking
I'm
at the
going
top
to.
of your hair. Top of your hair looks thick, looks fine. You know, you may need a little bit of a touch job right over there near the roots, but we're not talking about that. It looks as if this is healthy hair. You don't expect him to pay for another process, for another integration process for your head. He's not going to do that.
Integration has no bonding, no glue, no nothing.
So, you want a different process? Go get a different
I'm
process.
in the marketing business. I have hair falling in front of my customers.
Why don't you cut? It's not your hair. Why don't you just cut off the extensions?
This never happened before until he did this process.
Listen to me. Your hair isn't falling out. Your extensions are falling out. The extensions are from here down. Is that right?
Right.
Cut them off.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Lisa LaDante says hair salon owner Greg Davis owes for damaging her hair. Lisa says after receiving hair extensions, her real hair fell out.
Okay, let me hear you.
Chuck called me and said, let's talk about this. I said, okay, what's the problem? He's like, well, Lisa's petrified of you, da-da-da. I'm like, Chuck, come on. She's been coming to me for 1.5 years. I said, why hasn't she called me before now and said, you know, Greg, this is a problem. She knows it's not real hair. He's like, you know, come on, let's negotiate the price. And I said, what do I look like, Monty Hall? I did the service, she signed the check, everything over and done with.
She stopped payment on your check. So you did not get paid for this process.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Your counterclaim, sir, for this money is denied, and I'm dismissing your claim. You, however, listen to me very carefully. You didn't pay for the service. If you had paid for the service, I would have awarded you the full amount that you had, in fact, paid him. But you stopped payment on the check. You were dissatisfied with the service, so you are out no money.
My hair is damaged.
It may be damaged, madam. Do you have...
You'd make your appointment so it
Shay.
doesn't happen.
All right, I'm going to take care of it very easy. Don't show me papers. You have a witness here to testify?
Yes, he
please,
wasn't even
Chuck.
there. He was not even there.
Yes, he
I
was.
want you to be quiet. Who are you?
Why?
I'm her fiance.
Are you a hairdresser?
No, I should.
Sit down. You have someone who is an expert in cosmetology, who is a licensed hairdresser, who will testify that they examined your hair and that your hair, as a result of this process, was damaged irreparably. Do you have such a witness? No. Then your case is dismissed because you have already been compensated by the fact that you stopped payment on his check. You are not out any money. He should not receive any money. But I, quite frankly, don't see why, if you take this hair that is not yours and cut it off, do your roots a little bit. That's just my suggestion, and I am not really an expert in the area. Put a little conditioner in your hair. It may be just fine. If you are going to continue to put glue and stuff in your hair, it's going to continue.
I didn't put glue in my hair. He did.
He didn't drag you in off the street, madam. Now, I don't think that that process can be good for your hair. You dye your hair. You put peroxide in your hair. You put glue in your hair. You put bonding stuff in your hair, and you expect your hair to be healthy. It ain't going to happen. You have my verdict. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I just don't want anybody in Daytona Beach to ever let him do extensions and let this happen to them.
You can see by her roots that she don't even go and have her hair done on a regular basis.
I did not do my roots due to the fact that I was told not to touch my hair, so he, the phony, would not blame another hairdresser for what he did.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Ackerman versus Peart. Step forward, please.
44-year-old accounts receivable clerk Ruth Ackerman and her daughter, 18-year-old Crystal, are suing Crystal's half-sister, 24-year-old office manager Melissa Peart, and her husband, Tyson Peart. Crystal says Melissa won't return her furniture.
What's your first name?
Crystal?
Crystal, this is your sister.
Yes.
You're the mother.
Yes.
You're the husband.
Yes.
Hers. According to your complaint, there came a time that, for some reason, you moved into your sister's home with her husband. Had she been living with you before?
My daughter?
Yes. How old were you?
I was 17 at the time. Oh, sorry, 18 in November. I just turned 18.
Why did you go and live with your sister?
I was living at a drug home at the time with my friends, and she suggested that would be the best place for me to
We're
be.
in a drug home.
Friends using drugs.
How long had you been living there?
For about a month and a half.
Where had you lived before that?
With my mother.
Why
and
did you
father.
move out of your mother's home?
Because I was a rebellious teen.
So your sister did a nice thing. She said, come and live with me.
Yes.
You lived there from November of 2000 until when?
To February.
And then she told you to leave.
Yes.
Why?
Well, we weren't getting along the end of the last month in February and January. Weren't getting along. She did kick me out about 5 different times.
Were you breaking the rules?
Yes.
This lawsuit says that when you left 2 things there. One was a chest and your bed.
Correct.
And you want those things back or their value. Your sister says she held on to them for about 6 months and then got rid of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you go after you left your sister's house?
I moved in with a friend into an apartment.
Why didn't you take your chest and your bed?
We couldn't fit it in.
Did you tell your sister that?
Yes.
What did she say?
She didn't say anything. She was very silent towards me.
You were angry with her?
I was, Your Honor. I gave her 7 days to move her stuff out.
And this chest and bed, were they in a room that you needed?
Yes, they were.
She doesn't have to keep your stuff forever.
A couple times I was trying to make arrangements with my friends to get a truck to go in there and get my stuff out. Unfortunately, I have no truck. I have a little car, can't fit a bed and cedar chest on top of it.
When did you sell it?
June.
Who did you sell it to?
I sold it to a coworker of my husband's and to a friend.
Okay, how much did you get for it?
Total together, I got 110.
Now, your daughter moved out in February.
Mm-hmm.
Did you call your other daughter in February or March and say, I'm going to come and pick up this bed?
No, we didn't.
Why not?
We actually did tell Crystal that she could store the stuff at our house. So we kept telling her to go get the stuff.
And she didn't?
And she did not go get the stuff.
When you moved in with your sister, you lived there for November, December, January, 3 months. Did she support you?
Yes.
You weren't working?
No, I was looking for a job. I had a job when I was living there, and I did lose the job.
So your sister took care of you?
Yes.
So why would you want to sue her?
I just want my stuff back.
She doesn't have it.
Well, I want what she sold. That's my bed, my cedar chest. My cedar chest means a lot. I got it for my 16th birthday from my parents. I mean,
Well, she sold both things.
it's valuable stuff to me.
She doesn't have them. She kept them in her house for months. You couldn't get a truck. Your mother wasn't talking to her directly. She was talking to you. She could have stored the stuff but never made arrangements. And I assume that you and your other daughter are not getting along for some reason. Is that right?
In the last couple of months, yes. But prior to her moving out and that, no. We were fine.
Your Honor.
Yes.
And the reason why this pretty much whole thing started, because I found my biological father, and when my grandfather passed away in May, he was asked to be a pallbearer, not my stepdad. So now the family's mad at me because I found my real dad, and they're just vindictive towards me right now.
She found her father 5 years ago. And I knew that 5 years ago, and I accepted that as long as she kept it to herself. Her father signed legal rights for adoption. He wanted nothing to do with her. And within my books of my feelings, he had no rights to her at all. I did tell her, that's fine, but you keep it to your side, your family, that's fine that you've seen your father. I did not need it in my life. I didn't have to have it in my life. My father that passed on was my father. She was only a granddaughter. A funeral is for the people who are alive, not dead. And my father wanted a quiet family funeral, and he was not my family. He might have been my daughter's, but he was not my family. So due to that, yeah, we got a lot of hurt out of it.
It's time for it to be over.
It is. And because of all this, as Crystal decided to go get her stuff, I kept telling her to get it. Crystal was sick the day she made arrangements to go get the bed. I went with my daughter, Tracy, to go get it, and she was not home that day. So within 2 days, she had sold the bed, apparently.
But meanwhile, she took care of your daughter. And if the bad feeling that exists now between you and your daughter has to do with her finding a biological parent and involving him in your father's funeral, which is, I assume, what you are hurt about, you have to understand something. When you make choices, you made a choice, you had a child, and so did her biological father at that time, and I assume you were both much younger, but children have a natural curiosity. Children very often have a need to know their biological parents. Even if her adoptive father was wonderful to her, there is sometimes that need. And maybe it was wrong for her to involve her biological father in your father's funeral. I don't disagree with that. But it's over. It doesn't mar something forever. It doesn't mar that.
Your Honor, it wasn't me involving him into the funeral. It was actually my grandfather's wishes. They were very best friends in the past, and within the last 5 years, he begged me to bring him around because my grandpa was on his deathbed. And I brought him around only under my grandpa and grandma's wishes, and it was my grandfather's wishes to have him there. It wasn't me. I had no idea.
Did you tell that to your mother?
I surely did.
I don't
Certainly
believe
did.
it. I'm next to my dad on his deathbed. I was about the last one to see him before he went into his coma.
Well, what about your mother? Did your mother tell you that that's what he wanted?
My mother didn't tell me until the day we was at the funeral home making the arrangements of who the pallbearers were. That's when
but did
she
your
told
mother
me.
tell you that that was your father's request?
She said, I don't believe her.
Then you don't believe your mother and you don't believe your daughter.
No.
Then you have a problem.
No, because in Christmas time...
No, then you have a problem.
My father said what Melissa was doing was wrong. So why would he found something different?
Maybe it's because that's what he thought you wanted to hear. Why would your mother, who I assume lived with your father for how many years?
30 years.
30 years. Why would your mother do something that she knew was exactly the opposite of what your father would want done at his funeral? In any event, she doesn't have the bed and chest anymore. She sold them. Did you tell your mother you sold them for $120?
I miscalculated. I apologize.
We have the bills of sale.
I have the
Can I
bill of
see them,
sale.
please?
I actually
And the
sold.
rental agreement that Crystal signed.
I have the bill of sale on both of them, and I actually sold them on the 11th of May and the 1st of June. I arranged for pickup on the 4th of June. After I gave Crystal, I talked to her, wanted to give her one last chance to make arrangements to come get it, but she didn't.
You have any problem giving your sister the $110 you got for her things?
I do.
Chris, Missy didn't sell the bed
I want to
for...
explain something to you. This is a non-case. $110 is what she sold the stuff for. You're suing for $600, which is ridiculous. It costs more than $600 to feed you, take care of you, provide you with a home for 3 months, which your sister did, so I have no idea what you're doing here. However, I don't think it's fair that you keep the money for her things, so I'm going to give her the $110. That's it. Do you understand? Instead of saying thank you, you sue her. Ridiculous. Goodbye.
Versus Witt. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Folks, have seats.
Miss Wilder, according to your complaint, you bought a bicycle for your son.
Yes.
And that bicycle was stolen off of your front porch.
Yes.
Several months later, the defendant's son was seen riding a bike that looked as if it was the same bike as had been stolen.
Right.
And it was later ascertained that it was, in fact, your bike.
Yes.
You want the defendant to pay for the cost of the repairs there were to the bike. The defendant says that her boyfriend purchased the bike for her son from a neighbor. She had absolutely no idea it was stolen. And she is counterclaiming, claiming that you have slandered her in the neighborhood by calling her a thief, family, thieves. Child has heard those kinds of comments that she says started with you.
Yes.
On what date was the bicycle stolen?
It was about 2 weeks after Christmas.
So sometime
of this
in
year.
January.
Yes.
And when, for the first time, was the defendant's son seen riding the bike?
The 24th of March of this year.
Are you neighbors?
Yes. We live a block away.
All right. Who first saw her son on the bike?
A neighbor of ours had first seen her son on the bike, and I was not at home at the time when the bike was brought to my fiance's attention, but he could explain that better than I could.
Go ahead. Tell me your last name.
Ruth, R-U-T-H, Stephen Ruth.
Go ahead.
Yes, it was on March 24th. It was
That I
about-
know. Tell me how
Okay,
you
it
saw
was-
the bike.
It was in the morning, and a friend of mine, Dennis, brought the bike up to my front door, and he said, "Doesn't this look like Timmy's bike?" And I looked at it, and I said, "Well, yeah, that could be," but it had been changed so much that I couldn't tell at that time. So I took the serial number down, and then later on, when Sherry came home, we matched the numbers up, and they matched up with the receipt that she had. And so we went back over there, and she wouldn't answer the door. And then finally she answered the door and said that could we settle it the next day? And I said no, that I'm going to go call the police. So we called the police and went over there with the police. And the police checked the number, and they said, yeah, that's the bike.
Okay. And it was returned to you?
Yes.
Yes, that day.
Okay. Miss Witt, how did the bike come to be in your son's possession?
We gave it to him for his birthday, which
And where
was
did you
March
get it from?
23rd.
You didn't buy it. Your boyfriend bought the bike.
Right.
Is your boyfriend here today?
Yes, he is, Bob Smith.
Step up, please. Mr. Smith, where did you get this bicycle from?
I bought the bike from Kirk.
Kirk.
Kirk. Me.
From this gentleman here.
Yes.
When did you purchase it?
What date was it? February 22nd.
Tell me how it came about that you purchased the bike.
Cortland had mentioned that he would wanted a certain type of bike, you know, on his birthday. So I had to ask Kirk if he knew anybody that had a bike or where I could find a bike like that. And he said his friend was selling a bike. So we
Just
took
a second. Why did you ask Kirk?
He has a friend that used to own a bike shop on Bear Valley Road that had been gone out of business. And his friend said that he had a red line bike, which was the type that he wanted. So I took a look at it and I bought the bike.
Where did you go to look at it?
At Kirk's house.
You went to his house?
Uh-huh. He lives in the same neighborhood. His friend had brought the bike over.
Step up. Where did you get this bicycle from?
From Brian, a guy named Brian.
What's Brian's last name?
I don't know his last name.
Well, how do you reach him?
He came to my house with the bike, you know.
Well, he didn't just show up at your house with the bike.
Yeah, he did.
Somebody must have told him that you were looking for that kind of bike. Why would he just show up at your house with a bicycle?
I guess he needed money or something. He was trying to sell it to whoever was around.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
how much did you pay for the bike?
$200.
Who did you give the money to?
I gave the money to Kurt.
Is that right?
Yeah, and what it was is Brian came with the bike, you know, and I gave him the money. I was like the middleman for him, like, you know.
Did you get any money for yourself for selling the bike?
No.
He didn't give you anything, not even $10?
No.
Why?
I didn't ask for it. I didn't really have to do anything.
And I didn't know that. I thought we paid him. That's who I have the bill of sale from.
Let me see it, please.
And what I had told Sherry's fiance when he came to my house was that I didn't have the bill of sale with me. Same thing I told the police officer was because my fiance had purchased the bike. And it was he was laying tile that day and it was in his possession.
Your Honor, but she also stated that she had a yellow copy and that she bought it from the bicycle shop, which happened to be the same bicycle shop I originally bought it from. And I have the police report that states that.
But I thought that that's where he had gotten it.
You have any reason to believe that this lady stole a bicycle that belonged to your child? Just pay attention. On your front porch. She lives in a house where she can see your house across the street, and then she permits her child to ride that bike in the neighborhood right in front of your nose. Wouldn't that be stupid?
On his birthday.
Just a sec. Shh. Don't speak. Wouldn't that be stupid?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
But
so,
I never accused her of stealing the bicycle.
I don't understand, Miss Wilder, what you think.
I think her boyfriend
She knows somebody.
knows who took it or possibly knew it was stolen. I don't think her
if you
son
think,
knew.
just a second, if you think that her boyfriend possibly knew it was stolen, he could also possibly not have known it was stolen. Aren't both things possible?
It's possible.
And what are you doing here? I believe that they paid $200 for this bicycle.
But the condition the bicycle was in, I mean...
You saw the bicycle, Miss Wilder, 2 months later.
The crank had been painted. The sticker on the crank had been painted.
Listen to me. You saw the bicycle 2 months later, and I don't know whether they did it or somebody who had it between the time it was stolen and the time you saw it 2.5 months later had painted it. I don't know. Did you paint the bike?
No, it's exactly how we bought it.
So somebody else had it in the 2.5 months. When was your son's birthday?
March 23rd.
Okay, and you saw it the next day. Somebody else had the bike. Somebody else painted it. Now you can sit down.
Okay, thank you.
Now, I'm not satisfied that any of them had any knowledge whatsoever that this was a stolen bicycle. I don't think that this lady would have given her son a stolen bicycle, especially to
Broke
ride
my
around the
heart.
street. It's ridiculous.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Sherry Wilder says neighbor Robin Witt owes for the cost to restore her son's bicycle. Robin says Sherry has been spreading rumors about her family.
Now, after this happened, did you start to say bad things about her?
No, I did not. Her children go to school with my children. I walk my son down to the bus stop. I do not talk to her kids.
Why not?
Because they don't talk to me. I have no
Did they
reason
ever
to
talk
talk
to you before?
No.
Okay. What information do you have that Miss Wilder has defamed you and called you a thief?
When she brought the police officers back to my house, and yes, I did answer the door.
No, Joe, don't talk to her. Talk to me. I'm asking you the question.
Okay, I'm sorry. She told the police officers, well, if you open their garage, you'll probably find the 2 scooters that were stolen out of my front yard, too.
That's not defamation. Go ahead. What's next?
Then my children got to where they didn't want to ride the bus. They wanted to ride back and forth, and I was wondering why, what was going on. They had children telling them at the bus stop that they were stealers and that...
That's all hearsay.
Well, I brought Samantha because she goes to the bus stop. She's my 5th grader. She's 10 years old. And she said Miss Wilder doesn't speak to them, but that her words were, she's not deaf. She heard her say these things to other neighbors. One of them living next door to my mother.
Just a second. Come up here, Samantha.
Where?
Come up here, Samantha.
Your Honor, The one other thing is the day that the police showed up to take...
I'm not interested in the bicycle anymore. I've resolved the issue of the
No,
bicycle.
it has to do with what she's saying about the kids in the neighborhood
Just a
and
second.
that.
I'm not finished. How old are you?
10.
I want you to think very, very carefully, and you know, you have to make sure that when I ask you a question, you tell me the truth.
Yeah, I know.
Only the truth. Got it? Do you know Miss Wilder?
Not very well.
Did you ever see her at the bus stop where you go to school?
Yeah.
Do you ever speak to her at the bus stop?
No.
Do you ever hear her say anything about you or your mother or your brother at the bus stop?
I have heard her.
What did you hear her say?
That we were thieves and that
Who's we?
me and my brother and my family.
Who did she say that to?
My grandma's next door neighbor.
What was your grandmother's next door neighbor doing outside? Does she have a child that goes on the bus?
Yes.
Did you say anything to your grandmother about it?
No.
Did you tell your mother about it?
Yeah.
What did you tell her?
That I had heard her talking about me and my brother and my family.
How'd that make you feel?
Bad.
Has anybody said anything to you at school?
Yes.
What do they say to you at school?
That we were thieves and that my brother was a thief and people had been pushing Cortland around, and it was really bad because they were calling us things, and Cortland didn't even want to go to school anymore.
You know that all that is not true,
Yes, I know that.
and that I don't believe at all that you or your brother or your mom stole anything. Okay. You understand that?
Yes.
And if some children say some bad things because adults aren't doing the right thing, that's a bad thing for them to say.
Yes.
But sometimes you even have to forgive adults because sometimes adults act like stupid children. That sometimes happens. Okay?
Okay.
Good. How do you do in school?
Good.
Yes?
I get straight A's.
Got a girl. Somehow I figured that. Okay. Go and sit down. Your conduct, Miss Wilder, is out of order.
Your Honor, I never said anything.
I believe you did. Not only do I believe you did, but I believe her. And I believe that because of the statements that you made, either you or your children or your fiancé or anybody else, that you placed Miss Witt's daughter and son in a circumstance at school that made them uncomfortable. I believe that you had no cause to believe that Miss Witt or either of her children had anything to do with the theft of your bike. And I do, in fact, believe that you made a statement overheard by this child that called this child, her brother, and her family thieves.
I didn't.
That's a very hurtful thing. So your case is dismissed. On your counterclaim, I am awarding you $1,000. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Parties are excused. You may step out.
I only wanted to protect my children.
I've never said anything about her kids. I've never said anything about her.
It was an embarrassing situation for all of us.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of McCrae versus Lathers Higginbottom. Step forward, please.
43-year-old realtor Kathy McCrae and her daughter, 11-year-old Heather, are suing 44-year-old Brenda Higginbotham and 52-year-old Johnny Lathers. Kathy says Brenda and Johnny's son, 14-year-old Lawrence Lathers, shot her daughter with a BB gun.
All right, no, you stand up here. Step up. Only the children were there that day. The parents were not. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that correct? So, you were shot in the hand with a BB gun. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what happened.
Me and my cousin Casey were walking down the street. His dog started barking at us.
Whose dog?
Lawrence's dog. So he told it to be quiet. Franklin and Mikey, those are some neighborhood friends of Casey's, they said that they could get the dog to be quiet, so they went inside and got Lawrence.
These two other boys. Went inside where?
Went inside his house. And
Went inside Lawrence's house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And so he came out with a BB gun.
Who came out with the BB gun?
Lawrence did. So I was going to tell Casey, but she told me, she said, I know.
She knew what?
That he had a gun. So then we were going back. Casey said, just ignore him. So I did, and then we walked across. We were going to the stop sign, and he shot, and it had hit me in the finger.
How many people had BB guns?
Just him.
Okay, is the BB still in your finger?
No, ma'am.
It was taken out.
Yes, ma'am.
It hurt you?
Yes, ma'am.
You have any scar there?
Yes, ma'am.
May I see it, please? Come on up here. Show me where.
Right there on the middle finger.
How many times did they try to take the BB out of your finger?
2 times.
Did it hurt?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was inside, and I seen them walking down the street because I was on the phone. The dog was barking, so the doorbell rung, and Mikey told me he came knocking on the door, and I told the dog to be quiet, and I told him he couldn't come around there because they don't allow him in my house. So he left, and then I went back inside, and I was on the telephone, and then they kept passing down the street, and I was just looking out the window. Then I told the dog to shut up again, and when they passed by, they was going down the street, then the doorbell rung again, and it was Mikey. And I asked him what he wanted, and he had this pellet gun, and he told me to come outside, and then he was shooting at the sign across the street.
What were you doing?
I was on the telephone at first.
Not at first. When you went outside, you brought your BB gun outside.
Yeah, I went and got my gun because he had
Right,
his.
you went and got your gun and you went outside.
But they was going down the street, but Mikey was still at my house. They had left after the second time, and they walked down the street, and then he came and rung my doorbell.
I heard that. But you left out the part that you went outside with your BB gun.
I went outside with my BB gun,
Yeah.
and we were shooting at the sign across the street.
Right.
And then after that, I told him I was about to go inside because it was getting dark. And I went inside and I got back on the telephone. And about an hour later, the police came.
Right. Good. Stand where you are.
The police came.
I'm
knocking
not
on the-
interested in what happened with the police. So you and your friend were shooting, and it is your defense that how can you tell which BB shot her?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Doesn't matter.
Well,
It doesn't matter. If 2 morons are shooting a BB gun out in the street and there are no markings on BBs so that you can't tell which gun it came from, they're both responsible.
Well,
Period. End of discussion. Don't try to make yourself appear foolish, sir. There's no discussion. That's why there's no issue here. You had absolutely no right to go outside and shoot that BB gun unless there was a totally clear space. Nobody there. Nobody could get hurt. And if you didn't train him to do that, or if you trained him and he didn't listen, you are responsible for his actions. Who bought him the BB gun?
Ma'am, the distance
Who
that they
bought
were,
him the BB gun?
We did.
We did.
But
There
the
you
distance,
go.
The distance that the young ladies got shot at, BB guns doesn't reach that far.
What do you think? She shot herself in the hand?
Oh, well, she left there with little Frankie. Now, he had a BB gun. Now, what happened to his? Why he didn't do it somewhere? We heard this lady. She didn't holler when she got shot. Nothing happened. She didn't show nobody she is shot. She ain't told nobody. How can a kid get shot with a BB gun and says nothing to nobody?
Where did you want her to come back to your house?
Well, she could go to the neighbor's house. Anybody, a kid
She
should
went
go.
to her house.
Okay.
She went to her house.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Go ahead.
Mikey left Lawrence and went down the street where these girls were with
With a
his
BB
BB
gun.
gun in his hand after he and Lawrence finished shooting.
Maybe.
So who is to say Mikey didn't?
Who's to say? I don't
shoot
know
it
who's
when
to
he was
say.
down there.
All I know is that 2 idiots were shooting BB guns into the street. And it had to be into
They
the
were
street
shooting
where there
at-
were people and cars because there's a stop sign there which indicates that the police feel that that street corner is sufficiently dangerous to put up a sign, which means that cars cross and people cross.
It
They were
wasn't a
shooting.
stop
It wasn't a
sign.
stop sign.
He just told me he was shooting at a stop sign.
At the speed limit sign.
Yeah, but that's not.
further down
But that's
the
further
Judgment
down
for
the
the
street.
plaintiff in the amount of $2,500. Idiots. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Ladies, have seats, please.
Mr. Carrier, Miss Green was a former girlfriend of yours,
Yes,
and according to your complaint, she stole some money from you.
yes, she did.
So tell me about it.
It was the date that I left my job to go to my house because I had a break-in there.
When did you have a break-in in your house?
The same day.
Did somebody call you that you had a break-in?
Yes, the cops called me and told me I had a break-in at my house.
So you left your job immediately.
Yes, I did.
Where were you working?
I was working at Pure Cuts Barbershop on my barber. I cut hair.
Okay, and you got home, what did you find?
I found my money. That's one
And
thing
when you
that I
got
did
home, were the
find.
police there?
Was the police there? Yes, the police was there.
Were they inside your house or outside of your
They
house?
were outside the house.
What evidence of a break-in was there?
The back door to my house was kicked in, but when the alarm had went off, so they must have scared them and they ran off. And I went in the house and I checked everything. The cops came in, they checked everything with me. I did my rounds and everything, then I checked.
So the police were with you at all times?
Yes, they came in with me.
Of course, because they were afraid there might be an intruder in there.
Right.
Okay. Now, at that point, you had some money in your house.
Yes, I did.
And where did you have the money in your house?
I had the money under my mattress.
How much money did you have?
It was about $3,000.
What do you mean about $3,000?
$3,000, that's how much it was.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And so you went to look there first?
Yes.
And the police were with you?
Yes.
Okay. And you showed them the money and you said, no, the money wasn't taken?
Right.
Okay. So then what did you do?
I took the money from under there after I finished talking to the cops. I left and I went to my mother's house to take the money there because I feel like it was a safe place for me to take my money. I walked in the house, my mother was gone, and Lenora Green was there. So I continued to put the money up.
Was she still your girlfriend at that time?
No, not at all. She said she was there to babysit the kids while my mother had run an errand.
Okay.
So I put the money in the dresser drawer, and then I left to go back to work to cut hair. I stayed there for a little while, then I went back to my mother's house to see if she was there, and she was there. Then I said, okay, Mom, I want to show you where I put my money at. And I walked in the room where Lenora was sitting at, and I looked inside of the drawer, and it was gone, and she was gone. And that's about everything that happened. And I questioned her about it. I went straight to her mother's house, her house, and everything. I asked her, where's my money at, and everything, and this and that and the third. And she's still trying to give me this old runaround. And I know that she took it because she was the only one there.
What time did you bring the money to your mother's house?
It had to be about 2. In between 2 and 3.
And what time did you come back to check on the money?
About 4 o'clock. That's what time I came back because my mother, she wasn't gone that long of a time. I took the money there. I went back to the barber shop. I cut a head. It only takes me 20 minutes to cut a head. And after I finished cutting the hair...
How far away is the barber shop?
About 15 minutes.
You didn't let me finish my question. How far away from the barber shop is your mother's house?
About 15 minutes.
15 minutes there, 15 minutes back. You cut a head, so you just cut one head. You came right back to your mother's house.
Right.
Who else lives in your mother's house?
Nobody. Her and the kids. And the kids are too little just for me to bring.
Those are the only people that live there, just your mother and the children?
My mother, my cousin Lisa, and the kids.
Well, then you just added another person, your cousin Lisa.
My cousin Lisa wasn't there at all.
I just asked you who regularly lives there.
My mother and Lisa.
How old is Lisa?
Lisa's 30.
And she wasn't there when you got there?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. Okay, Miss Green, I'll hear from you.
Yes, I was over his mom's house babysitting for her. She had to run and take care of some business. It was about 2 o'clock that he came. And when he came in, he asked where his mom was. And I asked him where my money was.
What money?
I loaned him $100 when we were together. That was the only time that I told him that I needed this money back.
Did she have any discussion with you about money when you got there?
Did she have a discussion?
Yeah, did she have any discussion with you?
Yeah, she said something about the $100.
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
And I told her that I will pay her as soon as I get a chance. As soon as I get it, I will give it to you.
But you had it, so why didn't you give it to her?
Because he lied.
I didn't feel that I wanted to give it to her right then and there.
Why?
Why? Because I didn't want to give it to her. I mean, just the time, it's plenty of times she told me to wait on things. That's the thing, I'm going to tell her to wait. If I got it, I'm going to give it to you. And
Well,
she knows that I was going out of town. That was
tell me
one
what
of
she knows. I'm just curious. If you acknowledge the fact that you owed her $100 and she said to you, where's my money? And you had, according to you, $3,000. I just curious as to, shh, you didn't let me finish. Just curious as to why you didn't say, well, I happen to have it, caught me at a good time, here's the $100 I owe you.
At the time, I didn't want to give it to her.
Okay, so go ahead.
He's stingy. That's why.
No, just tell me. So he said...
So he said that he didn't have it, which I knew he was lying because, every time I asked him for money, after spending it on him, he would lie and say he didn't have it. Okay, anyway, he went to the room, into his mother's room, and the baby was wet. He was in there for maybe 5 minutes. So I went in after him. I laid the baby on the bed. I changed the baby. I seen him over at the dresser, fiddling in the drawer. So after I changed the baby, I came out. Then he came out, and he left. And when he left, yes, Your Honor, I did go back and look in the drawer to see what he was fiddling with, because he always has money.
Had no business.
He always has money, and it says he never has it.
Okay, so you went to the drawer, you fiddled with it, and?
I went and saw the money, and I took what he owed me.
Which was?
$100.
How much money was in there altogether? Yeah, but don't tell me you didn't count it, because...
It was 3. He was right. It was 3. I did count it. It was 3, but I took what he owed me.
If you took what you owed, you touched the money. You shouldn't have no reason to be in the drawer, period.
Mr. Carrier,
thank you.
Mr. Carrier, don't speak to her.
Because he know he owed it to me anyway. He shouldn't even lie and said he didn't have it.
That's true. Were you angry, Miss Green, that he lied?
Yes, I was. I was angry.
How angry were you?
I was very angry, Judge, because I felt used.
Right.
Well, I felt used.
Mr. Carrier, how used, Miss Green,
Very used. Over 2 years worth, as long as about that time that we've been together.
A lot more than $100 worth.
That's all I took was $100.
You felt used a lot more than $100 worth.
I thought about it, but I didn't. I left it there. Maybe one of his other girlfriends took it.
Wasn't nobody there. He was the only one there.
Mr. Carrier, what part of don't speak to her didn't you understand?
He don't understand anything.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Joseph Carrier says ex-girlfriend Lenora Green stole $3,000 from him. Lenora says she only took $100.
Where'd you get $3,000 from?
Cutting hair.
Why'd you put it in a bank?
I didn't have a bank account at the time. That's why I give my money to my mother, but she could put it inside of her bank account.
Are you paid in cash?
I just give my
money. Are
money.
you paid in cash?
Yes, I am.
Do you file tax returns?
Yes, I do.
Did you file tax returns last year?
No, I didn't have to.
Just answer my question.
No, I didn't have to.
Very interesting.
Well, that was...
Who is this?
That's my sister, and she picked me up from his mom's house that day, and
Tell me your name.
I'm Michelle Funderburg.
You picked her up that day?
Mm-hmm.
At what time?
It was a little after 2:30.
How many times have you babysat for these children?
Often. I babysit her maybe a couple times. I keep in touch with her because she's a beautiful woman.
Have you babysat for her since?
No.
She's angry?
Yes.
She's
Actually,
not
she's
over there at all.
See, mind your business.
Go ahead.
She's upset a little bit, but she always stays in the neutral corner, though.
When your witness picked you up, did she pick you up because his mother had come home?
Yes.
And when his mother came home, did she come home alone?
Yes.
And that was at about 2:30?
2:33, between there.
When you got there, Mr. Carrier, your mother was home.
Yes.
Were the babies asleep or awake?
They was awake.
I didn't ask you.
Awake.
Look at my eyes. Were the babies asleep or awake?
Awake.
When?
She's not talking to you. They were awake, Your Honor.
When she came home?
Yes.
So she was busy with the babies?
Yes.
And you owed her $100?
Yes.
Miss Green, beyond a reasonable doubt, and I assume that you reported this theft to the police, Mr. Carrier, is that right?
Right.
And the police ultimately told you that without definitive proof, they considered proof by beyond a reasonable doubt that you didn't have a claim against her, you didn't see her take the money. Is that right?
Right.
The burden of proof here is somewhat less. I have to be comfortable by a preponderance of the evidence, which is more evidence than not, that Miss Green actually took that money. So what is it? I'm speaking. So what is it that suggests to me that Miss Green actually took that money?
Well, I have...
I'm speaking.
She's not talking to you.
What?
Okay, I'm quiet.
You think he got it? I thought he got it before. What makes me feel as if Miss Green took that money was opportunity first. She had the opportunity, she was there. Inclination, she was really angry. Here she sees you put some money in a drawer, and when she asked for her money, you blew her off. She goes into the drawer and she sees not only her $100, but a whole lot of other money, which she acknowledged, she picked up, counted, but she was really angry. She believed she had been used for the 2 years in the course of your relationship, whatever. She felt as if she was entitled to that money. But more importantly, when her sister came to pick her up, she only came to pick her up because your mother had come home. Look at me. I'm speaking. So between the time your mother came home and the time you arrived back there, nobody else was in the house. And I find that it is sort of incredulous to think that somebody else came in, knew exactly where that money was, and took it. Now, you may have to share this information with the Internal Revenue Service since you didn't pay any taxes on that money, but that's the story for another day. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,900. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
She took it. I know she took it.
She might have took some of the money because we did go shopping after I picked her up.
She knows she did owe me $3,000.
He should have paid it. He wouldn't have got played.
And now the next case.
All parties on Williams versus Hamilton Booker. Step forward, please.
49-year-old painter Alfonso Williams Sr. is suing 50-year-old elementary school teacher Louise Hamilton and her son, 14-year-old student Christopher Booker. Alfonso claims Christopher shot out the window of his home with a BB gun.
Mr. Williams, you are a neighbor of the defendants?
The witness is my neighbor.
Witnesses?
The witness for the defendant.
Well, how far do you live away from this young man?
About 2.5 to 3 miles.
Okay, do you know who he is?
Yes.
Had you known him from before this incident?
No, I haven't.
It is your claim that Chris had some BB guns, and he and a friend shot out a window in your house.
Really, 3 windows were damaged because one was the storm when it went through the interior window, too. Before the BB hit the window, my granddaughter hit the floor when it came through the window because she was upstairs with a cousin.
Were you at home at the time?
Yes, I was.
Did you see them shoot out the window?
Yes, I saw them right before I came outside. I looked out of my dining room window, and that's when I saw them. Then I came out of my house, came around the side of my house, and they started running from the house and ran into his house.
How many boys were there?
It was just them two at the time.
Did you see their faces?
Well, that's the first time I ever seen. I seen them when I looked out the window, yes.
What did you see them doing when you looked out the window?
When I seen them looking out, they was holding BB pistols in their hands when I looked outside and seen them, though.
Did you chase them?
By the time I got to the side of my house, there's like a little entrance way going back to the witness's house. I seen both of them run to the witness's house, and I came around and knocked on the door, and no one answered.
Did you finally see them again?
No, I didn't get a chance to see them again since that day, but only with the witness. That's the one person I seen after that.
The witness?
Right.
Which witness?
Right there.
You?
Jordan.
Step up. You know Chris?
Yes.
Step up here. Did he come into your house?
Chris?
Yeah.
Yes.
And was that in the afternoon?
About 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock at night?
Mm-hmm.
Did he come running into your house?
He came to my door and knocking.
Who was he with?
I think he was by himself.
When you say you think he was by himself, could he have been with somebody else?
I don't know, probably yes.
Who let him in?
He didn't come in the house.
He was just knocking at the door?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody let him in?
No.
Why not?
I don't know, we were just sitting there watching TV.
So you decided not to let him in?
Yes.
I could see I'm going to get a whole bunch of information from you. Sit down. There was one other boy involved. According to your complaint, the other boy's parents paid for half the cost of the windows.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that other boy?
Right there.
This
Jordan.
boy?
Yes.
Are you his parent?
Yes, I am.
You paid for half the cost of the window?
Yes.
Step up. What's your last name?
Sanderson.
Miss Sanderson, why did you pay for half the cost of the window?
The reason I paid for half the cost of the window is, as he said, our properties, back up to each other. And I felt responsible because the kids were at my house when the incident occurred. I think my son thought you were speaking about Mr. Williams coming to the door, not Chris. I don't know if that's...
I'm talking about Chris.
Okay.
So tell me about it.
When I came home that evening, the police were at my house with Mrs. Williams. When I came in the driveway, I asked what happened, and she said that the boys had been over by their window. I said, had anything happened? And she said that Mr. Williams had come out and chased him back to the house. I said to the police that day that I felt responsible. They shouldn't have been back there. If they'd been there to see his granddaughter, they should have gone to the door. And so I agreed to be responsible for half the window. And that's what I did.
Well, I see you're a witness for the defendant. Why are you a witness for the defendant?
Because Chris was, to the best of my knowledge, not involved in this at all.
You don't know?
I know that the only window
You know that Chris had 2 BB guns, right?
Yes.
That we know. He didn't have 2 goldfish in his knapsack. He didn't have 2 golf clubs in his knapsack. He had 2 BB guns in his backpack, right?
Yep.
What else did you have in your knapsack?
That's all.
So before you left for his house, you didn't pack your homework books, right?
No.
You didn't pack a mac and cheese, right? You didn't pack a devil dog. You packed your 2 BB guns, right?
Yep.
Did you pack them loaded?
Yes.
And his window just happened to get shot out.
Yes.
And you happened to be going over there to try to get in touch with his granddaughter.
No, that wasn't me.
Who went over to try to see his granddaughter?
My 2 friends.
Had you given your 2 friends your BB guns?
Nope.
Did they have their own BB guns?
No.
What were you doing with the BB guns, Chris?
Well, he had a target over his house, so...
It's 9 o'clock at night. You're not going target practicing at 9 o'clock at night with your BB guns.
Tell the truth. Yeah. Yes. We went over there.
Where are the targets?
They were in his house. Because we were in his basement.
And you were target shooting in his basement?
Yes.
With your BB guns?
Yes.
Never used them outside?
No.
So it's just coincidental. Do you have BB guns?
No.
What about the other 2 friends that he was talking about? Do they have BB guns?
No.
Only he has BB guns?
Yes.
Good. How much was the window that was broken?
Police department paid an estimate of $200 for the 2 windows.
Well, how much did you pay?
I paid $100.
Listen, BB guns are dangerous. They take out eyes, they take out eardrums. Why do you allow your son to have 2 BB guns?
I allowed him to have them because I bought targets and they practice and shoot them in my basement and at her house also.
Just too coincidental to me. Nobody else in the neighborhood has BB guns except him. He's got 2. He saw 2 people shooting BBs in his backyard. His granddaughter ducked down because the BB went right through the glass. Your son should not have a BB gun. Is there any reason for him to have a BB gun?
No, not especially. Just
take it away.
Yes, I do have them.
Stupid.
But, you know.
It's stupid. It's not smart. Children can get hurt.
Yes.
So why would you allow your child to have any weapon that could cause an injury?
Well, I assume, you know, if they were supervised, if they're in the house, in the basement, they're
That's
not
not being
firing them outside.
supervised. She wasn't there. And you're not always there in the basement when they're
Well,
shooting
I
in your
am when
house?
they're at my house. Yes, I am.
You are not in the basement with them when
Oh,
they're
no,
shooting.
I'm not in the basement.
Of course not. So, BB gun, you take it, you play around, you say, I'm going to shoot you, bend down, whatever. That's how children not only lose eyes, but they lose their lives. So it's not smart for him to have a BB gun. It's going to cost you $100. Judgment for the plaintiff. That's all.
Parties are excused. Versus Starry. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Young lady, have a seat, please.
Ms. Danilova, it is your claim that the defendant purposely damaged your car by throwing a coffee mug at it, which caused it to dent and something to crack. The defendant says he absolutely did that.
Yes, I did.
And he says he's got a good reason. So I have a few questions to ask you. I gather that you people really don't know each other.
No.
But you live in a house that's in a cul-de-sac, and you have a friend that lives in that cul-de-sac, whom you visit frequently.
Well, not anymore.
Well, you used to.
Yeah.
How old are you?
19.
And you've been told before by people that live on the street that you drive too quickly in this cul-de-sac. Is that a fair statement?
No.
Have you ever been found guilty of driving at an excessive rate of speed?
Yes.
Where?
Freeways, mostly.
How many speeding violations do you have?
Since I had my license.
So I assume that you were driving before you had your license. You're not going to tell me that. You're going to tell me after you had your license. How many speeding violations have you had?
I think like 7.
7?
Yes.
So it wouldn't be beyond a reasonable person's imagination that you drive too quickly in this cul-de-sac. Is that right?
Right.
So why don't you tell me what happened on the day that Mr. Starry threw a coffee mug at your car?
Me and my sister were driving to pick up my friend. As we were driving by Mr. Starry and his friends, I don't know, my windows were up, so all I heard was just a bunch of yelling, and I saw a bunch of people outside on the sidewalks in the street.
So that there were people out there. Were there adults and children?
I saw adults, mostly.
Or maybe you were going too fast to see the children.
No. It's the cul-de-sac that they live in. It's really hard to speed because it's at a curve, and there are cars
Most
parked.
cul-de-sacs are on a curve. That's what a cul-de-sac is. It's a curve. Goes around.
Well...
So you went to pick up your friend, and what happened after you went to pick up your friend?
While we were in her house, some ladies came up to the door, said, you know, she was speeding, you know, slow down, and I acknowledged that.
So you acknowledged that you were going too fast?
Yes,
on that day.
I listened to them.
Why did you do it?
I mean, I wasn't speeding like going 30, I wasn't going over 35 miles an hour.
35 miles an hour is not what you do in a cul-de-sac. Then you left. In the car. You were driving. Is that right?
Yes.
And what happened?
As we were driving by Mr. Starry, something was thrown at my car. It bounced off, and that's when I stopped the car and got out to see what was going on.
Did you exchange words?
Yes, we did.
What were the words?
Well, he was just yelling at me to, I don't know if I could
slow down.
He was just yelling and screaming and getting in my face. He didn't say it politely.
Okay, I'll hear you.
Your Honor, on the day in question, I was inside my house when she came into the neighborhood, and my wife and 2 neighbor ladies went to the door and knocked on the door and asked her to slow down. What they reported to me was they laughed and slammed the door in their face. When I heard that...
That sounds right.
When I heard that, I got irritated. When she backed out of her driveway and screeched her tires to come up the cul-de-sac, without really even any consideration, I stepped out in front of her and threw my coffee cup at her car.
Can I say something about what he said?
Sure.
That car could not screech tires if you tried because it's a Corolla and it was an automatic. When the ladies came up to the door, it was my friend's mother who actually opened the door, and I don't think she would slam the door in their face.
Did you
She
laugh
came
at
up
her?
to us saying, "There's ladies outside saying you guys are speeding." We're like, "Well, okay."
Is that what you said, like, well, okay?
Well, my friend came up to the door to talk to them, and they were just yelling and screaming, saying, "You're speeding, you're speeding."
And you said, well, okay.
I said, "Okay, I understand. You know, what else am I supposed to say?"
Okay. Now, would it be a fair statement that prior to this incident, you would go and pick up your friends pretty often?
Almost daily.
Now, after this incident, would it be a fair statement that you don't go to pick up your friend anymore?
Yes.
No.
Shh, 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 just a second. I'm sorry. That you don't go there every day anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't go there every day anymore because you're frightened to go on that street.
No, don't go on that street anymore because he constantly harasses me. I've had this whole summer.
So that you are frightened to go on that street because he harasses you. And you're afraid what might happen.
Yeah, he's threatened me before.
Not before this incident,
Not
you
before
said.
this incident,
Afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be fair to say that as a result of him throwing a mug at your car, you don't go to pick up your friend anymore.
Yes, you can say that.
So you accomplished your purpose. Is that right? Just answer my question. So you accomplished your purpose. You don't have to worry. Just listen to me. You don't have to worry about her as you did previously.
Now it's that way, Your Honor, but it wasn't that way until after, I would say, June or July.
Fine, but then you've accomplished what you wanted to accomplish. Is
Right,
that
but I
right?
finally had to take her to another court for attempting to run me over in the street.
But now she doesn't come back.
Finally, yes, and I'm happy
Perfect.
with that.
Now, I absolutely think that each of you should bear a certain responsibility with regard to this incident. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Good. I'm awarding you $1. The rest of it's your fault. That's all. Judgment for the plaintiff.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
That dollar thing was totally uncalled for.
I'm happy.
I did what he wanted me to do. I stopped coming over there. I stopped speeding.
I'm happy with that. That's what I wanted.
And now the next case.
All parties on Laram versus Huth. Step forward, please.
35-year-old teacher Susan Laram is suing her former live-in boyfriend, 29-year-old Mason Ron Huth, for unpaid living expenses and damage to her car.
Ms. Laram, the complaint that I read said that you lived with the defendant for about a year and a half.
He lived with me.
He lived with you. And that you no longer live together. The breakup was acrimonious, and he owes you for a variety of things. He owes you for rent. He owes you for damage he did to your car at one point. And he owes you for smashing up some work that was done in your backyard.
Yes.
When did you start living together?
In June of 2000.
And what was the rent arrangement?
At that time, he was supposed to help me out with the bills, and he didn't do that, so after some arguing, I had him put it down in writing.
That sounds romantic. Can I see that, please?
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Susan Laram is suing former live-in boyfriend Ron Huth for unpaid living expenses and for damaging her truck in a fit of rage. Ron says Susan tried to make off with his children's car seats.
Well, this is dated May of this year.
Yes.
When did you move out?
I moved out a week after that note was written.
Okay, so this writing is meaningless. You were fighting at the time. I want to know what your arrangement was from the time he moved in until May of 2001, because that's when he moved out.
Right.
Did he contribute any money to the house?
No, he did not.
According to you, Mr. Huth, you gave her your paychecks.
Every paycheck that I made from the time that I started living with Sue, and to make sure the record is clear, I only lived with Sue for 5 months before we got into our first argument, which you would say, where we had our first breaking up. I moved out on November 29th of 2000. All right, that was my birthday. There was an incident that happened that
All right,
night.
we'll get to that incident because that has to do with car damage that she's claiming.
Okay,
Okay, let's get to the fact that you say you turned over all your paychecks to her during the 5 months that you actually lived together. Is that accurate, Ms. Laron?
It was, but then he also took all the money back out of my account.
Well, how did he take the money back out of your account?
He had my check card, and that was how he deposited his check, but then he also, in turn, took out all the cash.
Well, if he's putting his entire paycheck into the bank, just pay careful attention. He's putting what he earns into the bank. So he has to clearly take out some money for himself to live on, to go to work, to do whatever he has to do, to buy clothes, etc. Now, if you're telling me that he's using your checking account as merely a way of getting his own money back and he wasn't contributing anything to the house, that's a different story, because that would be sort of like using your bank as a check cashing service. But if the two of you are using your checking accounts and you can't manage your bills, and that's what you were fighting about, you can't come to court later. Do you understand?
Yes.
Now, do you have any such record from the bank indicating that he was using your checking account as just check cashing?
Not with me.
Well, this is the place to have it. So that deals with the issue of rent. Now let's get to this car issue. You say in October of 2000 he purposely damaged your car.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
We were in a fight over the phone bill because the phone was shut off because the phone bill was not paid. And I was going over to my girlfriend's house to get away from him because we were arguing. He jumped on the hood of my car, and as I drove by trying to get him off of my car, he jumped off and smashed the mirror.
And what's your version of that event?
Well, ma'am, it isn't in October because it happened on my birthday. I came home late from work that evening. I had planned to do something with Sue. Prior to that night, though, she had told me that her and her daughter were going to go over to a friend's house and spend the evening.
You had been fighting, I assume, over money.
Actually, no, the fighting was not actually about money. What I was more angry about was she burned my birthday dinner, she burned my birthday cake.
I mean, she burned it on purpose.
Well, she was so busy, what I think, and I'm not sure, but I think she was so into the fact that she was getting ready for her evening that she forgot about it.
So she burned your birthday dinner.
Right. I came home, and she told me that she was just going over to a friend's house the night before to have some drinks, which turned into, I'm going to a wine tasting party. This is my birthday, November 29th.
Should have been, just a minute, should have been a clue.
Should have been a clue, you're right. You're right, Your Honor.
So what happened?
Well, she was leaving. We actually got into a very big argument. My children were actually there. I then told Sue when she was going out to her vehicle that I needed my car seats because I knew that there was going to be an altercation when she got back from the store for making a
car
phone
seat
call.
for the children?
They were in the back of her Blazer. I then followed her in the garage. She got into her vehicle. She locked the door and turned the radio up so I couldn't speak. I walked around behind the vehicle. I stood there, and I did not move. I told her I was not getting out of the way till I had my car seats. She began to back over me. I moved out of the way. I followed her down the driveway, and then I stood in front of her vehicle, and I said, all I want are my children's seats so I can take them back to their mothers. That's it. You know what? That was the end. She would have stopped the vehicle, got out, and gave me them. It would have been over.
Okay,
all right? I then proceeded. She started to move. I jumped up on the hood, and I laid on it. Very wrong for me to do. Put myself in very much danger. She began to accelerate down the road with me on the hood of the car, okay? I slid off the side on the driver's side. When I hit the ground, she gunned it, and you know what? I can't just say what exactly happened. I know that the mirror was damaged. It was ripped off the vehicle. I was hit here in the shoulder. She drove around the corner, got out of her vehicle, and yelled every obscenity that you can imagine at me because her mirror was busted.
Did you get the car seats back?
No, never did. She took off.
That is not true.
He seems pretty clear. He acknowledges the fact that he jumped on the hood of your car and that the mirror was broken. So,
the incident in question happened October 7th, which is a Saturday. And as far as his birthday dinner, it was not burned.
But my question to you about this car incident was that this happened in either October or November of 2000. And he left, but then he came back.
Right. He did not leave until December.
Fine. Now, when he came back, did you talk about the car?
Yes. I asked him when he was going to repair it, and he got some glue and tried to glue it twice, and it didn't work. So I did ask him to repair it, and he did not.
When did you ask him to repair it?
Right after it happened.
You lived together in January, is that right?
Yes.
Did he fix the car in January?
No.
What about February? Did he fix the car?
No.
March?
No.
April?
No.
And then we go into May.
Right.
Miss Larome, not everything is a lawsuit, madam. He describes an incident where you took off in a huff and you had his children's car seats in the car. Did that ever happen?
Yes, that happened. But after he knocked the mirror off my car, I took the car seats out and threw them in the yard. So he did get them back.
Well, why didn't you give them back before?
I didn't realize they were in the back seat of my car. That doesn't make it right for him to jump on the hood of my car and break my car mirror.
Absolutely not. You were driving off with his property. And you knew you had his property in the car.
I
You were
did
very
not
angry.
know.
You were very angry. People do things when they get angry. And if you had said, well, I may have been angry, but you had no right to put yourself on the hood of my car, even though I was taking off the property that belongs to you.
Right. I was only going up to the store to use the
Who
phone.
knows? Who cares? He wanted the children's car seats.
Right.
He'd had a fight in front of the children. He wanted to take the children home. It's all a fight. Not everything involves a lawsuit. You behaved badly. He behaved badly. And when you took the car seats out and threw them on the lawn, that also was not the right thing to do.
You're right.
Right?
You're right.
Okay. So take care of it like grown-ups. Now let's get to the backyard. You say that you had a major argument in May of this year and that he destroyed the backyard. His defense is that he built the backyard so he could destroy the backyard. Is that your defense? So let's hear about the backyard.
As part of a present to me, he built brick planters in my backyard around the deck. I have photos if you'd like to see. And because of the argument that we had that day in June, he destroyed all of it.
I did that, Your Honor. I did.
All right. Did you, in fact, build this brick planter box for
You
her?
betcha.
Or you were in the process of building it? It doesn't look like it's completed.
It wasn't complete yet, but almost.
As a gift?
Your Honor, yeah, it was a gift. It was also the part of like the deck that I built. It was all something to work out for flowers and stuff.
Okay.
A lot of the other stuff that I do have a list of things in the course of the time that we were together that I did build in this house.
Can I see it, please?
And around the yard. And I never asked for 1 penny for any of this when I left. And this is my own hard-earned work, myself, my labor of bringing these materials home from work for this lady. And it was because I enjoyed her and loved her very much. And that's why I did that.
Let me ask you a question. Did he build a playhouse in a shed?
I have a photo of that too, and it is not a playhouse or a shed. It is a big monster that is in my yard.
Did you tell him to take it out? Did you tell him to stop building it when he was building it?
No, he just quit building it. So I have that in my yard.
Okay. Did he build a doghouse?
He put a roof over the top of the doghouse.
He said he built a doghouse, and then he put a roof on the dog kennel.
Right, for his dog.
Did he build a deck?
Yes, that's in
That's the whole back deck?
Right.
Didn't break the deck?
No.
What about a brick fire pit? Did he build that?
Yes.
I see that you did work around the house, and you were building things around the house, and you do have a deck, correct?
Yes.
You had no right out of anger, sir.
I know.
To smash the work that you did.
You're right, I did.
And so what this involves is cleaning this up.
Right.
How much do you estimate it's going to cost to clean up the bricks?
I talked to his former employer, and he said to clean it up and replace it would be $3,000.
No way. He made a mess. He got angry and he made a mess, and he should pay for that.
Your Honor.
Yes.
While I was wrecking it, the officer came into the yard. He asked me what I was doing, and I said I was wrecking something that I spent a lot of good time building for this lady. And you know what? Out of anger, yes, I destroyed it because I was very hurt with the way how things were going.
Well, is it still this
All right.
way?
I told
Yes,
the
it
officer I will come back at any time to clean this mess up. I said, but she is not going to have this in her yard. He said, okay, you come back. She made it very clear that she did not want me to come back and clean
Because
it
she
up.
was angry that you were angry and that you,
Yes, I
you lost your
understand that.
temper, and she doesn't want to deal with that anymore. But at most, if you get somebody to come in, it'll cost you $50 to have somebody
Yeah,
come in
you-
and take all this brick away. They may even do it for nothing, just for the bricks, if you let them take the bricks away. Anything else? Good. Judgment for the plaintiff.
Okay. Okay.
White
नाजरीन, ये हमार चदर साहब खेल रहे हैं, सामने से हमारे आ रहे हैं बॉलर और ये शॉट हो गई भाई, शॉट हो गई और फील्डर ने रोक लिया चौका, और चौका रोक लिया फील्डर ने। ये हमार उर्फ चदर साहब इनको हम कहते हैं। तो ये आ रहे हैं बॉलर नाजरीन और ये बॉल वाइड होगी जी, वाइड होगी। नाजरीन बॉलर आ रहे हैं भागते हुए और ये हो गया भाई, मैच डेड हो गया नाजरीन और हम हार चुके हैं। कोई बात नहीं, अगला मैच से ही ठीक है। ले जी नाजरीन, हमारी अब तीसरा मैच है, बॉलिंग आ गई, पहला ओवर हम करेंगे जाके। आपकी वीडियो आई है। बड़ा मुकाबला यहाँ पे चेन्नई सुपर किंग और रॉयल चैलेंजर बेंगलोर का बड़ा मुकाबला, और यहाँ पर एक बढ़िया मुकाबला तेज गेंदबाज शुएब अख्तर गेंदबाजी पे क्या आज ये रिकॉर्ड तोड़ पाएंगे? तीसरा मैच बहुत सनसनीखेज मैच, अभी पहली बॉल डलने लगी है। बड़ा मुकाबला है ये, और ये विराट कोहली फाफ डू प्लेसिस सामने हैं बल्लेबाजी करते हुए। लीजिए बड़ा मुकाबला। आगे गेंद करनी होगी, पहली गेंद वाइड फेंकी है, लगता है कि गेंदबाज डर गए हैं, और बढ़िया शॉट, ये रन आउट, क्या ये रन आउट हो गए? जी नहीं। आज आप सबको बताते जाएंगे, यहाँ पे थर्ड अंपायर भी बैठे हुए हैं, अगर हमें थर्ड अंपायर से चेक करना पड़े रन आउट का तो वो भी हो जाएगा चेक आज। ओहो, ये बैठ के गिमारी है, स्वीप मारना चाह रहे थे यूनुस खान। बढ़िया गेंदबाजी डुबले से, एक दफा फिर से सामने में बड़ी शॉट मारने को जाएंगे इस मरतबा। मथीशा पतिराना गेंदबाजी करते हुए, ओहो हो, ये गगनचुंबी शॉट थी। राजा जी अपना पूरी जान लगाते हुए फील्डिंग में। विकेट गिरी है इस मरतबा, बड़ी विकेट, ये बहुत बड़ी विकेट है यहाँ पर। ये एक बेहतरीन ओवर निकाला है यहाँ पे शुएब अख्तर ने, डुप्लेसी एक दफा फिर से सामने आते हुए। और यहाँ पे गेंदबाज गेंद दिखाते हुए अपनी 2 गेंदों में से 1 गेंद दिखाते हुए डुप्लेसी स्ट्राइक पे। बड़ी शॉट, यहाँ पे बड़े प्लेयर आते हुए। क्रिस गेल ऑन स्ट्राइक। एबी डिविलियर्स, दीजिए एबी डिविलियर्स का छक्का। मेरी टीम है। एबी डिविलियर यहाँ पे बड़ी शॉट मारेंगे। ओए बेहतरीन बल्लेबाजी हो रही है यहाँ पे। नाजरीन 4 ओवरों में 33 स्कोर है। सेकंड इनिंग अब एक इनिंग खत्म होगी। चलो होगी शुरू। लंबा क्लिप बनाना है। साजी कमेंट्री से इसी कहती है गालियां लग रहा है। लीजिए अगला मुकाबला। पहले मुकाबले में तो टेंड हो चुकी है और ये अगला मुकाबला। बादशाह पहला मुकाबला हराया है। बदला लेने के लिए आएंगे इस मर्तबा। कैमरा के बिल्कुल करीब से गेंद गुजरी इस मरतबा। इस मरतबा प्रेशर में होंगे गेंदबाजी की टीम, बहुत प्रेशर में है इस मरतबा। हाँ आउट है कैसी। तीनों गेंदें कैमरामैन की तरफ आई हैं। ओ हो बेहतरीन करीबी मामला था इस मरतबा। इस मरतबा दुनिया के तेज तरीन गेंदबाज शॉन टैट गेंदबाजी पे आते हुए।
तेज तरीन शेब अख्तर का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने वाले बगैर स्टेप लिए तेज गेंद कराने वाले बॉलर ये चीज
165 की गेंद थी ये और उसी रफ्तार से गेंद को मारा है एबी डिविलियर ने।
छाती को चिड़ती हुई गोल गेंद उधरी और ये छाती को चिड़ती हुई गेंद उधरी। नो बॉल नहीं है, बाउंड्री नो बॉल नहीं है, बाउंड्री नो बॉल नहीं है, वैसे वाइड हुई है।
यार हाइट तो दे हाइट शाबाश शाबाश इस गेंद पे छक्का छक्का छक्का
लास्ट बॉल थ्रो वाजी नहीं एक लकीर नजर आ रही बस।
ये आखिरी ओवर है, आखिरी 6 गेंदें। क्या इस मरतबा बड़ा शॉट मार पाएंगे एबी डिविलियर? गुड यार, शाबाश। 3 गेंदें रहती हैं, 3 बाउंड्री हैं। इस मरतबा खुद ही आना पड़ेगा, खुद ही आना पड़ेगा इस मरतबा। भी देखिए जाओ जाओ, मैं 2 ओवर के पहले आओ। नाजरीन, फर्स्ट इनिंग खत्म, 24 स्कोर करना है हमने सेकंड इनिंग में। स्टेट ऑन। हाँ यार, ये 2 ओवर के मेहरबानी, 2 देख के रन ले आता। नहीं करना। हेलमेट बैटिंग करूंगा आउट हो सकता हूं वेरी गुड बैटिंग राजे बॉलर का व्यू राजे लगा दे, इस पे लगना है, इजी हो गया। हाँ जी किधर यार, अगला ओवर की खुद खेलना था भाई। बहुत अच्छे प्रेशर के चक्कर में आउट करवा वेरी गुड यार, वेरी गुड।
एक दो बॉल खेलने मुझे कशा दो स्कोर चाहिए यार, तीन चाहिए भाई, दो तीन चाहिए।
चलो 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 भागो भाई भागो। नाज़रीन मैच जीत चुके हैं हम लोग, मेरी बैटिंग ये बढ़ रहा था, हम मैच जीत गए। तो अब ये नेक्स्ट मैच शुरू होने लगा है, तो ये लंबी वीडियो होगी, एंजॉय करें। बैड लक चल रही है ब्रोज एंड ब्रोज।
मैंने उसको कॉल ही नहीं दी, कॉल तो वो दे रहा है।
वेरी गुड वेरी गुड शॉट यार, वेरी गुड। वेरी गुड यार। वेरी गुड, बहुत अच्छा खेल का मुजाहरा हो रहा है यहाँ पर। हमारी आज बैड लक चल रही है थोड़ी सी नाज़रीन, आपके सामने सब कुछ रिकॉर्ड हुआ है। तो बस ये नेक्स्ट वो शॉट होगी यार, वेरी गुड। सिंगल हो जानी थी यार। यार इंजी लगता चौका हो जाता, बंदा रुक जाता है, पता नहीं चलता सिंगल या होनी कि नहीं। लो जी बॉलर आते हुए, और ये हमारा बैट्समैन, शॉट होगी, चौका हो गया। ओ यार, वेरी वेल फील्डिंग, वेरी वेल फील्डिंग। चौका रोक लिया फील्डर ने, बहुत आला, बहुत आला, बहुत आला। ये हमारी कमेंट्री एंजॉय करें। ये देखे कितना आगे खड़ा बैट्समैन, और ये झाड़ू फेरते हुए वो उनसे बॉल टच ही नहीं हुआ। जमान साहब हाथ हिला दे कैमरे में। ये चलो जी बॉलर आते हुए, और ये बैट्समैन हमारे, बॉल मिस होगी बैट्समैन से। बॉल बहुत तेज निकला और बैट्समैन को नजर ही नहीं आया बॉल। लो जी, अब कह रहे बैट्समैन कह रहे हैं छक्का मारेंगे। बॉलर आते हुए, और ये बॉल, वेरी गुड शॉट, बट जस्ट फॉर अ सिंगल रन। तो नाजरीन मेरे ख्याल से हाँ अभी है, एक बॉल है। बॉलर आते हुए, और ये हमारे बैट्समैन, वाइड बॉल, एम्पायर का इशारा, वाइड बॉल। चले जी, चले जी, चले जी। ये बॉलर आए फिर से, वेरी गुड बॉल, वेरी गुड, बट वेरी गुड फील्डिंग, रनिंग, वेरी गुड, एवरीथिंग इज वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड यार, वेरी नाइस। ये दूसरी टीम के प्लेयर जैक कैलिस का ओवर अभी खत्म हुआ है। अभी आए हैं डैनियल विक्टोरी, शुएब भाई, शुएब भाई, डैनियल विक्टोरी, चलो जी, डैनियल विक्टोरी का ओवर, सामने एबी डिविलियर, ओए फट्टा मारा, लेकिन हमारे बैट्समैन ने बहुत अच्छी तरह खेला और ये डैनियल विक्टोरी भागते हुए, ओए वेरी गुड वेरी गुड वेरी गुड यार, नाइस। ये हमारे बैट्समैन इमरान फरहत, शुएब, इमरान फरहत आ गए हैं, इमरान फरहत साहब, और ये डैनियल विक्टोरी बॉल कराते हुए, और इमरान फरहत साहब खेल के गिर गए बट भागे, पर बस बॉल वहां पे आउट हो सकता था। तो बहरहाल अब हम जरा जूम करेंगे कैमरे को, देखते हैं कैसा लग रहा है ये नाजरीन। अब हम आपको थोड़ा सा घुमा के दिखाएंगे बॉलर आते हुए, और ये बैट्समैन की शॉट, वेरी गुड शॉट, वेरी गुड वेरी गुड, डबल 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 डबल, शाबाश 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 शाबाश, वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड शॉट, और ये आउट हो गए हमारे प्लेयर। प्रीमियम बैट्समैन आउट होते हुए वापस आते हुए, ये हमारे विराट कोहली आउट होते हुए, ये हमारे आए हैं प्लेयर नेक्स्ट, ओ वेरी गुड शॉट, बट ओ 4 रन मिस फील्डिंग, 4 रन। और ये आपको नाज़रीन कैमरा हिलते हुए अब नजर आएगा थोड़ा, और ये वेरी गुड बाउंस बाउंस बाउंस, बट अंपायर का इशारा, इट्स लीगल डिलीवरी। तो आई थिंक सो के फर्स्ट इनिंग ख़त्म हो गई है नाजरीन। अब हम जाएंगे बॉलिंग की तरफ, तो अब आप इंजॉय करें हमारी बॉलिंग। तो अब हम आपको मिलते हैं बॉलिंग के बाद। अब ये वाले व्यू से आप देखें, इंशाल्लाह इससे सारी आपको नज़र आएगा, सारी कवरेज होगी और इंशाल्लाह आपको मज़ा आएगा। अब इस व्यू के साथ आपने देखना है, हम जा रहे हैं बॉलिंग पे, तो बॉलिंग करके आके फिर आपसे मिलते हैं। ओके भाई, 26-27 कर रहा है।
छः 6.75 की औसत से गेंदबाजी, छः 6.75 की औसत का टारगेट है। अस्सलामुअलैकुम नाजरीन, ये आखिरी मुकाबला है इस मरतबा और 27 करने हैं 24 गेंदों में, और बड़ा मुकाबला है यहाँ पे, आप सब देख सकते हैं नाजरीन। ये आज का आखिरी मुकाबला है, जो जीतेगा वो सिकंदर बनेगा। बस लीजिए मुकाबला शुरू। शॉन टैट एक दफ़ा फिर से गेंदबाजी करते हुए, शाबाश, एक लग जाएगी बल्ले पे है, बस शाट दी पूरी, गुड गुड। शाबाश, टाइमिंग करनी, टाइमिंग। ये बल्लेबाज रन आउट हो चुके हैं, नॉन स्ट्राइकर रन पे बगैर गेंद खेले। शाबाश, एक बाउंड्री है इस ओवर में। शाबाश, टाइमिंग कर हमजा। शाबाश शाबाश, कोई नहीं, एक ओवर है बस, एक ओवर में लग गया बस, सही है। बड़ा मुकाबला, 25 रन चाहिए 3 ओवर में 18 गेंदों में। अच्छा शॉट खेला है। डबल 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 फटी नहीं फटेगी। शाबाश शाबाश, और में आएगी फुल टॉस चौके छक्के वाली। गुड गुड।
चार बॉल पीछे लगे इसको, एक सिर्फ छक्का चाहिए है उसके पास। अंदर आ जा, 17 रहेंगे 2 ओवर में। क्या कह रहे थे? तो आने 10 मिनट ऐसे ही ध्यान से देख के इसको शाबाश बोल लग गया इसे ब्रेक शॉट बॉल 10 लग गया इसे बस 6 बॉल लेके ना कबड्डी है
मुकाबला फंसा हुआ है इस मरतबा। 13 रन चाहिए 12 गेंदों में, आखिरी विकेट है ये। शाबाश, एक बाउंड्री इस ओवर भी आराम से आएगा छक्का। शाबाश शाबाश। गुड गुड।
3 पे तो शाबाश, ठीक है, लगेंगे ट्राई करो। एक छक्का लग गया।
शाबाश, इस पे मारो, लगेगा, लग जाएगा, आराम से लगेगा, देगा गेंद में इधर। आजो 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 सिंगल ले लेनी थी शार्ट ही मारना शाबाश अब लग जाएगी बाउंड्री मार दो आराम से गुड हो गया डबल ले लो आराम से हमजा डबल ले लेना इधर शाबा कोई नहीं लगेगा एक और लग जाएगा शाबा लग जाएगा एक सिर्फ लगना है, बस लग जाएगा आराम से आ रही बल्ले पे। शाबाश शाबाश साथ रख। शाबाश शाबाश लग रही है लग जाएगा एक आधा। लग जाएगा शाबाश लग जाएगा इस गेंद में लग जाना लग जाएगा इस मर्द सीधा लगेगा। आखिरी गेंद और 7 रन चाहिए लग जाएगा छक्का। बड़ा मुकाबला था और ये मैंने तो भाई शोएब को मिला है। थैंक यू।